Chapter 1588. 1588 There were 1,588 dead bodies and thousands of miles of blood. There's news from Wanbei City of the Bingxin Empire. The Sky Demon and an old man with monstrous demonic aura have appeared. All the disciples of the royal family of the Bingxin Empire have been killed. Kill anyone who doesn't kneel. This is the 8th city. While Wang Xian and the hunchbacked old man were massacring in the Bingxin Empire, the news had also spread to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. This Sky Demon really wants to exterminate all the members of the royal family of the Bingxin Empire. Sky Demon is worthy of being a Sky Demon. The unkillable Bingxin Empire, the unkillable Sky Demon. He is fulfilling his promise. Back then, Pastor Wang helped the patriarch of the Bingxin Empire expel the dark soul from his body for free. Now, they have forcefully separated Ling Jian, and Wang Xian. They even want to kill Pastor Wang. Naturally, Pastor Wang will not let them off. I support Pastor Wang to exterminate the empire. All ungrateful people, kill them all. In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, everyone was discussing loudly after receiving the news. The extermination of the empire was being carried out under the attention of the entire vast region. If the Bingxin Empire was exterminated, it would set off a storm in the vast region. In an incomparably beautiful city, screams of pain could be heard endlessly. More than 10,000 people, Kiki, the hunchbacked elder, flew over and licked his tongue. The ball of blood in front of him was already 2 meters in size. The dancing ball of blood looked abnormally evil. Boss Devil, more than 1,000 kilometers ahead is the imperial city of the Iceheart Empire, the majestic empire on the Iceheart Lake. The entire imperial city has been standing for more than 10,000 years. There must be many powerful arrays inside. The hunchbacked old man pointed ahead and said with excitement in his eyes, "Let's go." Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all and flew directly toward the imperial city of the Bingxin Empire. Today, no matter what, the country must be destroyed and people must be killed. Only cruelty and bloodshed could make the sect afraid. Only then would the sect not dare to do anything to Jian, regardless of whether it was the anger and brutality in his heart or for Jian's sake. Today, the sky would definitely be dyed red. It's just ahead. It's been a long, long time since I last started killing. The hunchbacked old man's turbid eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Xian stared ahead. In front of him was an incomparably huge lake. The water in the lake was so clear that the bottom could be seen. In the center was a huge castle. The entire castle was suspended above the lake. It was like a world in a dream. At this moment, the huge castle was completely enveloped in the azure-blue lake water. Roar, roar, Ice Dharmaraja. Is the Bingxin Empire ready to be destroyed? Wang Xian stared at the castle in front of him, and a strong murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Damn Sky Demon, our Bingxin Empire has stood in the vast region for more than 10,000 years. Is it really that easy to destroy our empire? At this moment, in front of the main gate of the Bingxin Imperial City, all the experts of the Bingxin Empire were standing on the city wall. There were more than 100,000 people. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Wang Xian and the stooped old man. The long-haired old man looked extremely embarrassed as he stared at them and growled in a low voice. Those who dare to offend our Bingxin Empire will be killed without mercy. Killed without mercy? What Sky Devil and Earth Devil? As long as they dare to go against our Bingxin dynasty, let them go to hell. That's right. Kill the Sky Devil, hang his head on the city wall, and chop his body into pieces. On the city wall, the experts of the Bingxin dynasty shouted sternly. The 3 forefathers of the Bingxin dynasty stood in the center. The king of the Iceheart dynasty stood to the side. The king of the Iceheart dynasty did not die in the martial arts arena of the Solitaire sect. As the king of a first-rate force, he had powerful life-saving methods. The moment the battle broke out, he escaped with his son, Bing Jinghuan. Looking at the Sky Demon in front of him, his body trembled. Right and wrong, regret, unwillingness, anger, and finally, thick killing intent. We must kill the Sky Fiend. We must. He. I thought you were so powerful, but you were still hiding in your nest. Look, this is the blood of the royal family of the Bingxin dynasty. The blood flows for thousands of miles, and more than 200,000 dog lives. Hee. The hunchbacked old man moved and floated in the center, the blood in front of him jumping. An evil aura emanated from his body, and his appearance was that of an evil villain. What? That ball of blood gives me a very familiar feeling. This damn devil, kill him, kill him. Blood flowing for tens of thousands of miles? How dare he slaughter the members of our royal family's ice clan? We can't let them off. The hundreds of thousands of people on the city walls were mostly members of the royal family's ice clan. When they saw this scene, their eyes turned blood red as they roared with killing intent. Even the 3 elders of the Bingxin Empire had blood-red eyes, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Priest Wang, you've killed them as well. Now, do you really want to fight to the death with our Bingxin Empire? Bing Fafu stared at Wang Xian with an extremely embarrassed expression as he roared in a low voice. There's no need for the ungrateful clan to exist in this world. Wang Xian roared with a furious expression. He opened his huge dragon mouth, and a ball of black flame flew straight towards the imperial city. Good. Do you really think that our Bingxin Empire will be afraid of you? The white-bearded elder, who was in the middle, roared with a ferocious expression. He waved his arm. Buzz. The formation that included the imperial city of Bingxin condensed into a giant sword that was 1,000 meters in size. The giant sword flew towards Wang Xian and the hunchbacked elder. Such a powerful attack formation. TSK. The hunchbacked old man looked at the huge sword that was attacking him with a cold look in his eyes. He waved his arm and numerous black spears flew towards the huge sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of intense explosions could be heard. That's right. An attack formation can threaten a powerhouse at level 8 of the see-through realm, as expected of an empire that has stood for tens of thousands of years. The hunchbacked old man licked his tongue and looked at Wang Xian. Boss Demon, it's a little troublesome. An offensive formation can threaten a powerhouse at level 8 of the see-through realm. A defensive formation will definitely be able to withstand an attack from a powerhouse at level 8 of the see-through realm. He said to Wang Xian, You wish to destroy our Bingxin Empire? Dream on. At the city wall, the 3 old men from the Bingxin Empire stared at Wang Xian and the stooped old man with eyes filled with killing intent. Is that so? I really want to give it a try. Wang Xian licked his lips and stared at the sky above the Bingxin Imperial City. Dharma Idol, Abyss Demonic Dragon. Wang Xian roared loudly. Darkness gathered in the sky, and a huge abyss door slowly appeared. Although I haven't achieved the fusion of light and darkness, I can achieve the balance between light and darkness. Let's try this move. After Wang Xian released his Dharma Idol, Abyss Demonic Dragon, a ray of light slowly appeared in the abyss-like deep dragon's eyes. The light slowly covered his body. For the first time, he transformed into a divine light dragon. The dragon pearl was spat out from his mouth. The light power in the heart of light and darkness was activated at full strength. Countless rays of light surged towards the light dragon pearl. A divine light dragon that was similar to the abyss demonic dragon condensed in the sky. One light and one darkness. The yin and yang were polar opposites, creating and destroying each other. Wang Xian forcefully created 2 divine light dragons and dark divine dragons with the same strength. 2 dragons destroy the world. Chapter 1589. 1589 dyed the sky red. Roar, 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 roar. 2 roars sounded in front of the royal city of Bingxin. In the sky, a huge abyss gate slowly opened up above the city. An abyss demon dragon extended its huge and ferocious head. A roar came from the mouth of the abyss demon dragon. In front of Wang Xian, a divine light dragon condensed. It had a dazzling white glow, a holy body, and lifelike dragon scales. It also let out a dragon roar. How can a person control both the darkness and light attributes? What a terrifying aura. How did we provoke such a powerful enemy? The Saint of Light and the Celestial Demon. How did we provoke him? This? Damn it. How dare he come to our Bingxin royal city? Who cares about the Celestial Demon or the Saint of Light? Kill him. Kill him. At this moment, within the Bingxin imperial city, everyone's faces were filled with fear as they looked at the abyssal demonic dragon and the divine light dragon in the sky. The entire huge imperial city was incomparably silent. Tens of millions of people were paying attention. Some were shocked, while others were incomparably furious. It is impossible to break our formation. Our Bingxin Empire has stood for tens of thousands of years. Without the arrival of the profound Void Tier 9 formation, we can forget about breaking it. The king of Bingxin looked at the Abyss Demon Dragon and the Divine Light Dragon that had formed in the sky with an extremely ugly expression. He growled in a low voice. The three patriarchs also stared at them with a gloomy expression. They did not move at all. They had already witnessed the strength of Wang Xian and the hunchbacked old man. Even if the three of them joined forces to attack, they were still not a match for Wang Xian and the rest. They could only rely on the formation in the imperial city to defend and battle. Looking at the light and dark creatures in the sky, the three of them looked extremely solemn. Two dragons converging. Wang Xian stared at the two divine dragons of light and dark in the sky. One of the eyes of the two divine dragons slowly turned black. Roar! Roar! The two divine dragons circled around each other. They had the same strength, so their strength couldn't hurt the other party at all. Kill! Wang Xian waved his dragon claw. The two dragons that were circling around each other were completely entangled together. Their bodies rolled and swayed as they attacked the Bingxin imperial city directly. You want to break through the city of our Bingxin imperial city with just these two beasts? Dream on. Seeing the two light and dark divine dragons that were more than 100 meters in size attacking them, Ice Master Wufa waved his arm. Hum. Azure light flashed, and ripples appeared on the Ice Heart Lake. The ripples surged toward the Ice Heart Imperial City, and a palm that was about 5,000 meters long appeared in the sky. Kill these two creatures. Those who dare to attack the Ice Heart Imperial City will die. Those who offend the Ice Heart Imperial City will be killed. On the city wall, the experts in the Ice Heart Imperial City shouted in excitement when they saw the enormous palm appear. Roar! Roar! The two light-dark divine dragons stared at the palm that had completely covered them and let out a roar. Boom! The gigantic palm landed, and the two divine dragons met it head-on. A terrifying collision sound was heard, and the two light-dark divine dragons were sent flying backward. HMPH, even if you use all your strength today, don't even think about stepping into our royal city of Bingxin. Bing Fa didn't see this situation. A cold smile appeared on his face as he shouted at Wang Xian. Even if we don't attack, you won't be able to enter our Ice Heart Imperial City. Sky Demon, scram immediately. The white-bearded old man standing in the middle shouted with anger and confidence. Scram! Scram for me! Damn devil! Damn thing! Scram for me! Even if I stand here and don't move, you won't be able to kill me. The words of the two patriarchs boosted the confidence of everyone in the Ice Heart Imperial City. They cursed at Wang Xian, who was standing outside. That's what I'm talking about. Our magnificent Ice Heart Empire has stood for tens of thousands of years. How can we be defeated so easily? Although that Sky Devil is powerful, he's still a little arrogant if he wants to destroy our Ice Heart Imperial City. Humph, that darn Sky Fiend said that he wants us to bleed for thousands of miles. Come over if you have the strength. In the quiet city, everyone's confidence was boosted when they saw the scene outside the city wall. At the beginning, they were all extremely nervous because of their fear of the name Sky Fiend. Now that they saw that the Sky Fiend could not enter at all, they immediately felt much more relaxed. Some of the hot-tempered people pointed outside and started cursing. In an instant, the entire Ice Heart Imperial City became lively. Hee hee, how interesting. I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. In a luxurious building closest to the main city gate, more than 10 young men and women sat on the roof with smiles on their faces. From their positions, they could clearly see everything outside. A young man glanced around with interest on his face as he said with a smile, "That's right. The Sky Demon has come to attack the Bingshin Imperial City. This is a matter that will shake the vast region." A young man beside him echoed with a smile, "Humph, so what if it's the Sky Demon? It's still watching from the outside." A few young men dressed in the uniform of the Bingshin Imperial family said with cold expressions, "Haha, but the Sky Demon is very powerful to be able to force you to this point." The youth dressed in golden clothes in the middle smiled and looked outside. They didn't care that the Sky Demon wanted to destroy the Iceheart dynasty. Even if the city gate was breached, they weren't worried at all. Because they were disciples of the Southern Royal family. The Sky Demon did not dare to kill them and offended the Southern Royal family instead. Hee, this is only the beginning. Outside the city gate, Wang Xian heard the curses and taunts coming from within the imperial city. A hint of a cold smile appeared on his face. He slowly extended 2 dragon claws. The light-dark divine dragon that was sent flying backwards swayed its body and continued to circle together. Destroy. With a low roar, the light-dark divine dragons once again flew toward the city wall. Stubborn fools, continue. Seeing the 2 light-dark divine dragons attacking again, a cold expression appeared on Frost-Faceless Ice's face. He waved his arm, and the huge palm of light struck out again. Roar! Roar! The light-dark divine dragons' heads were close together, and they let out a dragon roar at the same time. The huge palm landed on their heads, and waves of power entered their bodies. The strongest part of the light and dark Tai Chi is its defense and transfer. The power that falls on the body of the light and dark divine dragon is transferred to the dark divine dragon, and the power that attacks the dark divine dragon is transferred to the body of the light and dark divine dragon. The 2 powers collide and cancel each other out. As long as they don't exceed the limit of the light and dark divine dragon, they won't be injured. Other than that, they can also borrow the other party's attack to fight with strength, borrow strength, and fight with strength. This is the true essence of the light and dark Tai Chi. Wang Xian stared at the 2 divine dragons as he muttered. Following that, his body shook. Break! A loud roar came out from Wang Xian's mouth. Streams of water formed around the 2 divine dragons. The huge palm melted slowly as waves of water energy rotated. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars were heard. The light and dark divine dragons carried the water energy around them and attacked Bingshin Royal Palace directly. Chapter 1590. 1590 dyed the sky red. What? It actually withstood the attack of the defensive formation. Outside the city wall, when everyone saw the water energy palm within a 5-kilometer radius dissipate, their faces revealed an embarrassed expression. Don't be afraid, our imperial city's defensive formation, unless the profound void tier 9 makes a move, otherwise, it will not break. The Ice Heart King looked at the 2 light and dark divine dragons with a gloomy expression. The 3 old men stood on the city wall expressionlessly as they watched coldly. Rumble. The light and dark divine dragons that carried a huge amount of water energy crashed directly into the formation, and a rumbling sound like thunder resounded. The entire imperial city seemed to tremble. Humph! The 3 old ancestors looked at the spot where the light and dark divine dragons crashed and snorted coldly. Although the formation was trembling, there were no cracks at all. With the powerful impact force, it was impossible to break the defensive formation. Sky Demon, if you still can't break it, we will go back to sleep. Bing Jinghuan stared at Wang Xian outside with a ferocious look and said mockingly, "Haha." When the crowd heard Bing Jinghuan's words and saw that there were no cracks in the formation, they laughed out loud. Soon, all of you will be able to rest in peace. Wang Xian's gaze swept across Bing Jinghuan. A hint of a smile and a hint of fury appeared on his face. Next, prepare to die. Light and darkness ablation. Wang Xian let out a wild roar and waved his arm. A wave of light energy landed on the divine dragon of light. Roar, roar. The light and darkness instantly lost their balance. The power of the divine dragon of light was slightly stronger than that of the divine dragon of darkness. Only a sliver of power broke through the divine dragon of light and darkness. The two powers began to corrode at a terrifying speed. The two divine dragons of light and darkness intertwined together, and the corrosive power landed on the defensive formation of the Iceheart Imperial City. How terrifying was the power of the corrosive power of light and darkness. The soul of darkness entered a person's body. If one wanted to clear the soul of darkness, one had to find a powerful radiant priest to expel it. This was because, in the process of expelling the soul of darkness, the corrosion of light and darkness could instantly kill a person. The power of the corrosion caused by the two extreme energies could erupt with a destructive power that was even more terrifying than that of a single elemental energy. This energy was like the destructive power of the 5 elements that countered each other. Zzz. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. The power of the corrosion of light and darkness landed on the defensive formation and instantly corroded it. In front of this destructive power, a small crack slowly appeared on the array formation. Oh no, he actually sacrificed those 2 level 8 profound Void Realm energy creatures to break the array formation. When a crack appeared, everyone from the Iceheart Empire revealed terrified expressions. Attack, stop him. The white-bearded old man standing in the middle had a drastic change in expression. He waved his arm, and an azure-colored staff appeared in his hand. He pointed the staff forward, and a water pillar that was 1,000 meters long was formed instantly. It charged towards the light and dark divine dragons. Use your strength to fight against strength. Wang Xian waved his arm and caused the 2 light and dark divine dragons to maintain the balance between light and dark. The water pillar that was 10 meters thick charged towards the light and dark divine dragons like a torrent that had opened a floodgate. This force of impact could turn an ordinary insightful void martial artist into a pool of blood. Boom, boom, boom. However, this terrifying force was instead directly transferred to the array formation of the Iceheart Empire. The cracks on the array hair were even bigger. Not good. The white-bearded elder's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Prepare for battle. He hurriedly raised the staff in his hand and roared loudly, "What? The array formation is about to be broken? How is this possible? Wasn't it just? Oh my God, not good. The Sky Demon is about to charge in. Don't be afraid. We 3 patriarchs are fighting against 2 opponents. We will definitely win." On the city wall, everyone's expression changed instantly. Their previously calm and even arrogant expressions were filled with fear. "Break for me." Wang Xian roared, and the light-dark divine dragon melted rapidly. The corrosive power caused a huge hole in the formation. Following that, the sound of the formation breaking could be heard. The formation was slowly disappearing. "Kill?" Wang Xian revealed a ghastly expression. He raised his dragon claw and activated the Dragon Kingdom in his palm instantly. "Kiki Kiki, the slaughter has begun." The hunchbacked old man took a deep look at Wang Xian and let out a shrill cry. Demonic shadows appeared around him, one after another. The demonic shadows appeared one after another. In just 2 seconds, there were over 10,000 of them. Each of the demonic shadows exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. The hunchbacked old man also brought out his true strength. He was extremely dedicated to destroying the Bingxin Empire. He wanted to perform well, so that Wang Xian could help him get rid of the dark soul in his body. "Let's fight. Let's fight. All Void Hole Realm experts, attack." The instant the formation was broken, Bing Fa Wu's expression changed drastically. They had witnessed the strength of the Sky Demon and the hunchbacked old man. It was definitely not something that the 3 patriarchs could withstand. Only by using all the experts in the entire Bingxin Imperial City would there be hope. No one is allowed to retreat. The Bingxin Empire is in a life-and-death situation. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. The heart of the king of Bingxin was beating violently as well. He hurriedly ordered loudly, Yes, kill. At this moment, everyone on the city wall felt their hearts sink when they saw Wang Xian and the hunchbacked old man charging over. Especially when they heard the orders from the patriarchs and the king, their expressions became even more awkward. To ask everyone above the void interpretation realm to make a move, it was obvious that the three patriarchs were unable to stop the other party. Roar, roar, the slaughter has begun. Wang Xian raised his head and roared. Dragon head under the heavens. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Kill. In an instant, Wang Xian released his strongest strength. A terrifying divine dragon that was more than 10 kilometers long appeared in front of the Ice Heart Imperial City in an instant. The divine dragon exuded a terrifying demonic aura. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. It attacked the city directly. Go! Go! The three patriarchs looked at each other with a determined killing intent in their eyes. Boom! The three of them waved their arms. A tsunami-like sound was heard as they attacked the dragon flames that Wang Xian spat out. The consequence of provoking our boss devil will be the destruction of the nation. In the sky, over 10,000 stooped old men spat out a line of words in unison. Following that, over 10,000 figures flew towards the inner part of the royal city of Bingxin. Damn it, stop him. The white-bearded patriarch's expression changed drastically when he saw the hunchbacked old man charging towards him. He moved his body and was about to go up to meet them. The three of you, stay here. Devil scale chains, darkness. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw. Terrifying chains extended out from the abyss and blocked the white-bearded patriarch directly. At the same time, the dark energy in the light and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Bastard, how dare you fight 3 against 1? Kill him as soon as possible and then kill the other one. When the long-haired elder saw that Wang Xian wanted to trap the 3 of them here, he roared furiously. Quick, kill him as soon as possible. Chapter 1591. 1591 dyed the world red. The 3 ancestors of the Bingxin dynasty revealed furious expressions. This arrogant skyfiend actually dared to pin down the 3 of them in a 1-on-3 fight. This caused the killing intent in their hearts to soar to the clouds. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with viciousness. Kill, they had to kill him as soon as possible, and then kill the other one. Aspect, Wrath of the Sea God. Aspect, Wrath of the Sea God. Aspect, Wrath of the Sea God. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them unleashed their powerful aspect attacks. 3 identical aspect attacks charged towards Wang Xian. Boss Devil, if you can't hold on, give me a shout. Outside, I'll help you kill. Hee hee. The hunchbacked old man swept his gaze in the direction of Wang Xian. His slightly reddened eyes were staring at the majestic and magnificent city ahead. I will dye the blood of this lake red. 10,000 shades of annihilation. The hunchbacked old man roared. One by one, the demon shadows pounced towards the city wall. Stop him. The king of Bingxin shouted in fear when he saw an expert at level 8 of the see-through realm charging over. Kill. The group of profound void tier 7, 6, and 5 experts looked at the devils, gritting their teeth as they charged over. Facing a profound void tier 8 expert, to them, this was simply courting death. However, at this moment, they had no other choice. I hope the forefather and the rest kill that sky devil as soon as possible, otherwise. Everyone stared at the demon shadow, their faces filled with determination. With just a bunch of ants like you? The tens of thousands of demon shadows glanced at the thousands of insightful emptiness realm experts who were attacking them with disdain in their eyes. Then, they reached out with a ferocious claw. Ah! In an instant, a miserable cry sounded. Jia jia jia. A sinister and terrifying voice came from the hunchbacked old man's mouth. Only 5,000 of the demon shadows were completely blocked. The other half of the demonic shadows charged straight into the city wall. The bloody demonic shadows waved their demonic claws, attacking indiscriminately. If they met someone, they would directly charge over. A blood-curdling scream instantly resounded throughout the entire Iceheart Imperial City's city wall. Demonic shadow explosion. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Boom, boom, boom. To everyone's horror, the tens of thousands of devils suddenly exploded. A terrifying corrosive power of darkness spread out in all directions. Ah, 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 ah. Yet another miserable cry sounded out. Awesome. Come, take another move from me, great son of darkness. All the devils disappeared. In front of the city wall, the hunchbacked old man raised both his hands, and a great son of darkness slowly appeared above his head. It was a sun that was like the sun. Unlike the sun, the entire sun was filled with violent dark energy. The entire dark sun floated 10,000 meters high in the sky, with a diameter of 5 to 6 kilometers. Enjoy the darkness. The hunchbacked old man excitedly ran directly into the Iceheart Imperial City. Oh my God! They are too terrifying. What can we use to defend against them? At this moment, on the city walls and within the city walls, everyone's faces were filled with terror as they stared at the terrifying great sun. The great dark sun was like a meteorite as it descended towards the inner regions of the Bingxin Imperial City. Jing Huan, hurry up and escape to the lone sect. The Bingxin king stared at Bing Jing Huan by the side as he shouted anxiously. Father, let's leave together. Bing Jing Huan's face was filled with fear as he exclaimed. How can I leave? This is the root of our Iceheart Empire. I'm the king here. I can't leave. The Iceheart king gritted his teeth as he stared at the great dark sun that was charging over. A few 7th-level profound void martial experts tried to resist, but they were directly melted by the great dark Sunday, hitting a rock with an egg. With their strength, they were simply hitting a rock with an egg. Boom! The great dark sun descended, and the city walls were like paper, directly shattering. Wong! The moment it descended, the great dark sun directly exploded. The area of the great dark sun's radiation had reached a radius of dozens of kilometers. At this moment, a radius of dozens of kilometers fell into darkness. Ah! The terrifying dark energy made millions of people scream in pain. One move had caused rivers of blood to flow, and one move had destroyed 1/5 of the entire Iceheart Imperial City. One move had only allowed a few rank 7 and rank 6 profound void martial artists to escape the range of the great dark sun's attack. Panic and death instantly covered the entire Iceheart Imperial City. Just what kind of existence has our Icy Heart Empire provoked? The Sky Demon once destroyed millions of lives in the ancient Demon City. Today, is he going to destroy tens of millions of lives in our Icy Heart Imperial City? Behind the main cities, tens of millions of people watched this world-destroying attack as their bodies trembled. Only at this moment did they realize that they were no different from ants. Kiki, this move feels so good. Everyone in the Iceheart Imperial City, kneel down. Otherwise, we don't mind destroying the city. The evil aura of the hunchbacked old man spread out in all directions. The surrounding demon snakes were useless. A 10-meter-wide dark sun stood behind them. He ordered the tens of millions of people in the Iceheart Imperial City. Hearing the stooped old man's words, everyone looked extremely embarrassed. They looked at the place in the sky that was covered in darkness. There, the horrifying battle and the impact formed a huge mushroom cloud in the sky. The 3 ancestors of the Bingxin dynasty were still inside, but they hadn't come out yet. The dozens of experts of the Bingxin dynasty who were hiding from the great dark sun near the city wall looked at the stooped old man in fear. Kiki, I like your hesitation. The hunchbacked old man saw everyone standing there in a daze. He didn't hesitate at all. He waved his arm and unleashed terrifying attacks towards the Imperial City. He didn't show any mercy at all. In terms of means, even Wang Xian couldn't compare to the hunchbacked old man. Ah! Let's kneel. Let's kneel. Don't kill us. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. No. One attack after another, at least hundreds of thousands of people died at the hands of the hunchbacked old man. His cruel means terrified everyone. In the entire imperial city, tens of millions of people were kneeling on the ground. Some were praying loudly while others were crying. At the side, the three insightful void martial artists and the group of level 6 insightful void martial artists standing beside the king of Bingxin were trembling. King, should we also kneel? A level 6 insightful void martial artist asked in fear. Do you think that the sky demon will let us go if we kneel? The Bingxin king said with a slight tremble. His face was full of regret. How could he have thought that the Saint Prince of Light, who looked kind, would be the extremely cruel sky demon? He swept his gaze across his surroundings. Fresh blood gathered and flowed into the ice heart lake in front of him. Especially in front of him, the river water had already been dyed red by millions of fresh blood. The river water reflected into the sky and dyed the entire sky red. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 1592 1592 1592 The destruction of the Iceheart Empire. With the character of the Sky Devil, would he let us off if he kneeled? The words of the Iceheart King caused a look of despair to appear in the eyes of the Type 7 and Type 6 insightful Void Realm experts. They looked at the center of the mushroom cloud that covered an area of over 10 kilometers. Energy surged, but there was still no victor. It had been nearly 10 minutes. The three of them had besieged a Sky Devil, but they still could not take him down. Then, why did we provoke him in the first place? A rank 7 insightful Void Realm expert gritted his teeth and growled weakly. If we knew that Priest Wang was a Sky Devil, would we have provoked him? Bingxin King turned to look at the old man beside him expressionlessly and said calmly, "The mistake is that we should not betray others for the sake of obtaining greater benefits." As he spoke, a bitter smile and despair appeared on his face. At this moment, he understood very clearly that if they hadn't been ungrateful, the Bingxin dynasty wouldn't have been destroyed. Kiki, it's a little too late to understand now. The stooped old man looked over, his eyes filled with disdain. His figure moved, and the devil hands behind him enveloped the group of the king of Bingxin Kingdom. I'm not satisfied. Why did you make a mistake? Let us take the blame. An expert at the 6th rank of the profound void martial stage shouted with a face full of unwillingness. However, facing the full-strength attack of the hunchbacked old man, they didn't have the strength to resist. In fact, at this moment, the Iceheart King and several experts at the 7th rank of the profound void martial stage had already given up on resisting. Pooh pooh pooh. The sound of tearing could be heard, and it was exceptionally clear in the entire silent city. All the people kneeling on the ground looked up and saw their king and their emperor's body being brutally torn apart. The Iceheart Empire was finished. The rest of you don't have to worry. No matter how cruel Boss Devil and I are, it's impossible for us to destroy tens of millions of lives. However, the Iceheart Empire's royal family must die. Kiki. As the hunchbacked old man spoke, he waved his arm, and the pulsing ball of blood instantly flew in front of him. Through the ball of blood, he was able to sense every single member of the Iceheart Empire's royal family. TSK, there are still a few who aren't dead. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the sky above the ruins within the city. He waved his arm. Rumble. A group of figures appeared in his line of sight. More than 20 young men were enveloped in a formation, dodging the attacks of the Great Dark Sunday. 10 of the young men had pale faces as they looked at the hunchbacked old man with despair. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing the hunchbacked old man staring at them with a smile on his face, they shouted in terror. Senior. The other 10 or so young men in golden clothing looked at the old man with respect in their eyes. They immediately bowed their hands, and a young man in the middle spoke. Kneel down and tell me. I'll give you 2 seconds. The old man glanced at them mockingly and said faintly. The 10 or so young men in golden clothing were slightly stunned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the young man in the lead. Senior. I am? He cupped his hands once again. Kiki, you are all ants. The hunchbacked old man waved his arm, and a terrifying energy directly attacked downwards. "No, Senior, we are the Southern Emperor. Ka. The group of young men hurriedly shouted with faces full of fear, but before they could finish their words, the dark energy directly descended, instantly killing them. "Southern Emperor, FUCK. The hunchbacked old man muttered as the dark flames in his eyes flashed past. "Kiki, continue. After I kill all of you, I'll kill those 3 old things." The hunchbacked old man moved. In less than a second, the entire city was filled with endless screams. Everyone knelt on the ground, shivering as they listened to the screams around them. "Boss Devil, let me help you. Kill the last 3 old things. I've already killed the rest of the members of the Iceheart Dynasty's royal family." "How was it, Boss Devil? My performance wasn't bad, right?" The hunchbacked old man shouted as the demonic chi on his body slowly rose. In a short 2 seconds, his entire body turned into a 1,000-meter-wide dark demon. His figure directly charged into the enormous mushroom cloud. At this moment, the 3 patriarchs of the Iceheart dynasty inside the mushroom cloud heard his voice, and their bodies trembled violently. You actually exterminated all of us from the Ice Clan." When the 3 patriarchs heard this news, they were extremely shocked. The Ice Clan, an entire Ice Clan. For the sake of their entire clan, all of their clansmen had worked hard for tens of thousands of years to establish the current Iceheart dynasty. However, all of them had been annihilated. Boom! Just as their hearts were burning with fury and they did not dare to accept it, a terrifying demonic shadow directly attacked them. Pooh! The long-haired old man was struck by the black shadow and instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. We are not their match." Ice Faceless shouted with a face full of terror. At first, they thought that they could easily kill the Sky Demon by fighting 3 against 1. However, when they started fighting, they finally understood what fear was. The Sky Demon had turned into a terrifying dark creature. When their destructive attacks landed on the opponent immediately turned into a light creature. However, with a heal, all the injuries on their bodies were healed, and they turned into dark creatures to fight with them. This was fucking cheating. In the 10 minutes of fighting, the other party was not injured at all. On the contrary, every one of them was wounded. Now, another hunchbacked elder who was much stronger than them had come. "Fawu, we will hold them off. You go to the lone cult immediately and preserve the roots of the Iceheart dynasty. In the future, we must take revenge. We must kill them, their families, and all of them." The white-bearded old man's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at Bing Fawu. "Big brother, I'll leave it to you. We'll hold them off for you." The long-haired old man's face was filled with despair. Kill them." The 2 patriarchs of the Bingxin dynasty charged at Wang Xian and the stooped old man with all their might. "Are you desperate?" The stooped old man showed a look of disdain. "Then go to hell. How does it feel to provoke our boss demon? TSK." He roared with a heart-wrenching voice. The demon figure wrapped around his body opened its terrifying fangs and lunged at the long-haired old man. Like a demon, it devoured humans. "Don't worry. You will all die. It's just a matter of time." Wang Xian watched as the white-bearded elder charged at Bing Fawu with all his might to let him escape. There was no change in his expression. "If I don't take revenge, I, Bing Fawu, will not be a human. I will return the favor with a sea of blood." Bing Fawu roared with bloodshot eyes. As he spoke, he fled into the distance while trembling. Hee. Wang Xian smiled disdainfully. His dragon claws crushed the white-bearded elder directly. There will no longer be an Iceheart dynasty in this world. He stared at the Ice Fawu who was trying his best to escape dozens of kilometers away and roared coldly. His voice spread throughout the entire world. Chapter 1593 1593 1593 The destruction of the Iceheart dynasty. There will be no more Iceheart dynasty in this world. In the Iceheart Imperial City, everyone looked at the 2 black shadows in the sky. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. The Iceheart dynasty, which had stood for 10,000 years, had fallen just like that. It had fallen at the hands of a young man. It was all because of a woman. Everyone in the Bingxin Empire was in a daze. The smell of blood permeated the entire city and countless corpses lay on the ground. The Bingxin Lake was like blood, and the sky was like blood. Gather all the resources in the Bingxin Imperial City and leave. Wang Xian returned to his human form. In order to balance the light and darkness, his body emitted a faint aura of light. His holy appearance made him look like a saint who was not from the mortal world. Even a glance at him would make one feel extremely comfortable. However, it was this kind of person who had just destroyed an entire first-rate strength and a powerful empire. It's Boss Devil. The stooped old man looked at Wang Xian's appearance and felt slightly uncomfortable. He nodded immediately and flew towards the royal palace of the Bingxin Empire. Wang Xian waved his arm, and all the corpses on the ground were stored into his interspatial ring. It was impossible for him to not want the resources of a first-rate force after destroying it. He could even increase the strength of the entire Dragon Palace by relying on this resource. Half an hour later, Wang Xian and the hunchbacked old man left the royal palace of Bingxin. At this moment, the rest of the people in the royal palace of Bingxin dared to stand up. They looked at the two disappearing figures with fear on their faces. However, at that moment, the news of the Iceheart Empire's destruction immediately spread throughout the vast region. Especially in the Divine Kingdom ruins, everyone was in an uproar. A Skyfiend destroyed a first-rate faction. This is simply unbelievable. Even if a Skyfiend killed the Supreme Elder of the Lone Sect and destroyed the Iceheart Empire, it is still shocking. As expected of the Sky Demon, the Eternal Bingxin Empire is not a Sky Demon. The Bingxin Empire lost its 10,000-year foundation because of a woman. How ironic. They might have thought that Priest Wang was easy to bully. In the end, they didn't expect him to be a Sky Demon. TSK, he brought this upon himself. In the entire ruins of the Divine Kingdom, everyone was discussing the matter of Wang Xian destroying the Bingxin Empire. As for the powerful faction, they were thinking more. The Bingxin Empire's strength was not considered weak among first-rate factions. Even so, it was still destroyed. Even the Imperial City was destroyed. One could imagine the strength of the Sky Demon. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Sky Demon's strength alone was comparable to a first-rate faction. If Skyfiend can survive, it will truly shock the entire vast region. Everyone thought to themselves. Skyfiend had destroyed the Iceheart Empire, destroyed the Solway sect's base in the Divine Kingdom ruins, and killed the Grand Elder and a group of core disciples and elders. This was a huge provocation to the Solway sect. This time, even the Solway sect's supreme sect leader and the Solway sect's ancestor would take action. It was hard to say if the Skyfiend would be able to survive this. It has been more than 10,000 years. No one has dared to provoke our Solitaire sect, right? At that moment, in the Solitaire peak of the vast Solitaire Mountains, an elder was sitting in the hall with an expressionless face. The Solitaire Mountains were formed from a total of 108 green mountains that were 10,000 meters tall. Every mountain peak was majestic and magnificent. In particular, the supreme mountain peak in the middle was like a giant between heaven and earth, looking down on the entire land. In the grand hall of the supreme mountain peak, more than 100 people stood in the hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat solemn. The voice of the old man sitting at the top, which didn't have the slightest bit of emotion, caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It has been 11,231 years since someone dared to provoke us like this. Below, an old man with a head full of white hair said faintly. 11,231 years ago, what was the outcome of provoking us? At that time, we didn't even exist. However, I really want to know the outcome of that faction. The old man at the very top slowly asked. If I remember correctly, they implicated the 9 clans. Anything related to them should all be exterminated. The white-haired elder below said slowly. Then we will follow the actions of our ancestors. We cannot lose the face of our ancestors. The elder at the top said slowly, "Supreme Sect Master, we have already obtained all the information about the Heavenly Devil King's priest. He comes from the Flowing Sea region, and the current largest faction in the Flowing Sea region has a great relationship with him. The most outstanding young man in the He clan now has a very good relationship with him, and Bing Jianer, a middle-aged man beside him, stood out and said with a frown, "Announce to the world that in 7 days, Aotian and Bing Jianer will hold a wedding and invite all the forces to come. If that sky demon appears, kill him on the spot. If he doesn't appear, kill He Yuan of the He clan. After that, I will personally head to the Flowing Sea region and pay tribute to the disciples of our Supreme Headmaster with billions of lives." The elder at the front was naturally the supreme sect leader of the sect. He announced to everyone with an expressionless face. Upon hearing the supreme sect leader's announcement, the more than 100 experts of the sect were not surprised. "It's the supreme sect leader." Everyone cupped their hands respectfully. When the sky demon dared to destroy the base in the ruins of their divine kingdom, when the sky demon dared to kill the disciples of the sect, his fate, as well as the fate of everyone around him, had already been decided. This was the truth. This was order. The order of the solipsistic sect. No one was angry. No one was furious. There was always someone who wanted to die. Whether it was Pastor Wang or the sky demon, in the eyes of the solipsistic sect, it was the same. Dead people. Reporting to the Supreme Sect Master, the patriarch of the Bingxin dynasty is here. At this moment, a middle-aged man came in and reported loudly, there are still people alive in the Bingxin dynasty? Let him in." The Supreme Leader said lightly, "Supreme Leader, you have to make a decision for the Bingxin dynasty." A sorrowful voice was heard. Bing Fa Wu brought Bing Jing Huan to the hall and said with a sorrowful face. Bing Jing Huan escaped in advance and was met by Bing Fa Wu along the way. "We have already learned about what happened in your Bingxin dynasty. It's just right. In 7 days, you will attend as Bing Jian Er's family. As for your Bingxin dynasty, in the future, our only sect will help you reclaim your city and ensure your safety for 5,000 years." The Supreme Headmaster said indifferently. Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jing were slightly stunned. Then, their expressions became much better. They quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Supreme Headmaster." "All right, let's go." The Supreme Headmaster waved his hand at everyone. Yes, everyone immediately left. The Supreme Headmaster sat at the top and looked at the information in front of him. If it wasn't for the existence of the holy tree in the He clan, this matter would be enough to exterminate the entire He clan. His mumbling voice rang out, and his figure instantly disappeared from his seat. The tyranny of the solipsistic sect was so terrifying. Chapter 1594. 1594 was the most powerful. Latest news, latest news. In the Bingxin royal city, the Sky Demon is fighting 3 rank 8 insightful void martial artists. The hunchbacked old man beside him killed all the members of the royal family by himself. It is said that only one ancestor and the 9th prince survived. The bloodline of the royal family almost ended. The only sect should have received the news by now. I wonder how the only sect will react. Will a top-tier void interpretation level 9 powerhouse take action directly? They will definitely take action. No one has dared to provoke the only sect like this for tens of thousands of years. This time, a Grand Elder has died. The only sect will definitely not let the matter rest. In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, after everyone was shocked by the destruction of the Iceheart Empire and the powerful Sky Fiend, they immediately discussed the Lone Faction. This incident was not only related to the Sky Fiend and Iceheart Empire, it was also related to the Lone Faction, one of the 3 superpowers in the vast region. For such a powerful faction that had been established for tens of thousands of years, it was impossible for a base to be destroyed and a disciple to be killed so easily. Especially since the other party was the most domineering of the 3 super factions, the solipsistic sect. In heaven and on earth, the solipsistic sect ruled supreme. This was the slogan and banner of the solipsistic sect. Boss Devil, These are all the treasures in the Ice Heart Empire. Also, this interspatial ring is mine. Everything in it is my property. Look, can you expel the darkness soul from my body? At this moment, on the 5th floor of a manor in the ruins of the Kingdom of God, Wang Xian sat there quietly. The hunchbacked old man beside him was fawning over him with a smile on his face. He kept rubbing his hands and looked at Wang Xian nervously. Are you sure you won't kill me after I get rid of the dark soul in your body? Wang Xian looked at the hunchbacked old man and said faintly. Although he hadn't spent much time with the hunchbacked old man, Wang Xian had some understanding of him. This old man was definitely not a good person in the past. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a devil. He killed millions of people without even blinking an eye. Even Wang Xian couldn't do it. Moreover, the means of the bloodline was abnormally cruel. Although the hunchbacked old man had atoned for his sins, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't attack him after he cured the other party. After all, the old man had suffered a lot during this period of time. Furthermore, Wang Xian could vaguely guess the old man's previous realm. He wasn't his match. How could you, boss demon? I'm not a despicable person like the Ice Heart Empire. I will never repay kindness with enmity. The old man said hurriedly. Do you think I will believe you? When my strength breaks through or I find a way, I will help you expel the darkness soul in your body. Wang Xian looked at him indifferently and said directly. This? The stooped old man's face fell immediately. He was a little embarrassed. Little brother Wang Xian, something bad has happened. At this moment, sect leader Ling's anxious voice was heard. There's news about Jianer. When Wang Xian saw sect leader Ling walking over anxiously, he stood up with a slightly nervous expression and stared at him. There's news from our sect. Sect leader Ling said with a slightly embarrassed expression. What news? Wang Xian asked quickly. 7 days later, our sect invited all the forces in the vast region to attend Aotian and Jianer's wedding. Sect leader Ling's face was gloomy as he said weakly to Wang Xian. This is the only news? Wang Xian's face turned ugly as his eyes flashed with killing intent. This is the only news. Our sect is only releasing this news. Sect Master Ling said with a bitter face. Wang Xian had destroyed many disciples of our sect. However, our sect was only announcing this news. Facing the threat from Wang Xian and the Sky Demon who had destroyed the Bingxin Empire, they completely ignored it and didn't take it seriously at all. They didn't fly into a rage. Instead, they announced the wedding between Aotian and Jianer first. This silent attitude showed the dominance of the Solitaire sect. As for what the Solitaire sect would do next, it would probably be carried out after the wedding. The rules were orderly and unhurried. It was disregard and contempt. The position of the great sect was fully displayed. I have to force Jianer to marry someone else? Wang Xian held his arm tightly as a crazy killing intent shot out from his eyes. The wedding ceremony will be held at the Yingtian peak of the sect. At the base of the sect, sect leader Ling's face was filled with helplessness. Even with Wang Xian's strength and the might of the Sky Demon, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the place where the sect was established. Not to mention Wang Xian, even the other two superpowers didn't dare to bring their men to attack that place directly. That was the place where a superpower had been established for tens of thousands of years. The danger was unimaginable. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to rescue Ling Jian from there. Phew! Wang Xian exhaled heavily as an icy cold aura emanated from his body. Let me prepare for this matter. Even if I can't bring Jianer back, she won't be harmed in any way. Wang Xian assured sect leader Ling. Little brother Wang Xian, don't be rash. Sect leader Ling saw Wang Xian's determined expression and his expression changed slightly. He quickly said, Don't worry, I will do as I wish. Wang Xian shook his head as a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. This? Sect leader Ling looked at him, nodded his head, and left with a heavy heart. Wang Xian turned around and looked at the hunchbacked old man. Boss devil, with my current strength, it's a dead end for me to go to our sect. Unless you get rid of the dark soul in my body. At that time, with my strength, our sect will be afraid of you. At that time, we will threaten you together. Only our sect will return Miss Lingjian safely to you. The old man saw Wang Xian staring at him. His eyes sparkled as he said hurriedly, "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Really?" A hint of excitement flashed across the old man's eyes as he stared at Wang Xian with anticipation. "I want to make a complete preparation." Wang Xian stared at the stooped old man and revealed a smile on his face. Looking at his strange smile, the stooped old man actually had a bad premonition. What kind of preparation? The stooped old man looked at him with some hesitation and asked. "Of course, it's to be prepared for certain death." Wang Xian smiled. His smile was filled with viciousness. Since the solipsistic sect was so arrogant, they didn't put him in their eyes at all. Since they didn't put his threat in their eyes, then let them take him seriously and suffer a little. Death was the thing that everyone in this world feared the most. However, to Wang Xian, death wasn't scary. He had died once, but he could die a second time. Risking his life. If that was not possible, then he would go crazy. Chapter 1595. 1595. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't be able to survive. You, boss devil, are you crazy? Are you confident that you will die? When the old man heard Wang Xian's words, he felt as though he had a million curses in his heart. Confident that he would die? There was actually someone who was confident that he would die? What the fuck? Was there something wrong with his brain? He was a lunatic. The old man's face was extremely dark as he stared at Wang Xian. His heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to get angry. "You should be prepared for certain death. I don't want to die." "Don't worry, I won't let you die. You are still useful." Wang Xian looked at the stooped old man's uncertain expression and revealed a faint smile. Anyone who heard Wang Xian's words would feel crazy. However, if one didn't go crazy, one wouldn't be able to survive. It's not certain if you will die. What if you survive? Wang Xian smiled as his eyes sparkled. With a move of his palm, a bright ball of light appeared in his hand. The ball of light contained extremely terrifying spiritual energy. Myriad Origin Spirit, Level 1 Longevity. The spiritual energy contained in it was equivalent to Level 1 longevity. This treasure was found in the land of formations of the Bingxin Empire. All the formations in the Bingxin Imperial City relied on this Myriad Origin Spirit to provide energy. Exchange for a violent blood pill. Wang Xian checked the treasury in the system and a violent blood pill appeared in his hand. Violent blood pill, Level 8 Void Interpretation. By burning his flesh and blood, he could unleash a combat strength that exceeded his own strength. With the current resources in Wang Xian's hands, it was not enough to increase his strength. In that case, he could only use another way to increase his strength. Wang Xian rarely used the treasury in the system because the items that he needed to exchange for were too high in dragon energy. It was not worth it. The core of the invincible divine dragon nurturing system was the word nurture. The path of invincibility required one to be grounded. By relying on the various functions of the system, one was destined to not be able to stand at the peak. However, there were some items that Wang Xian still needed to exchange for. "Next, I will expel the dark soul in your body." Wang Xian looked at the two items in his hands and said to the hunchbacked old man, Boss demon, why do I have a bad feeling?" The stooped old man looked at Wang Xian and gulped. "Don't be afraid. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. I still need to rely on your strength to save Jian. However, I can't trust you. Therefore, I can only use another method to restrain you. After the deed is done, I will let you leave and I won't restrain you. Do you agree or not?" Wang Xian asked the hunchbacked old man. "Do I have any other choice?" The hunchbacked old man said with a dark face when he heard Wang Xian's words. "No." Wang Xian smiled. He moved his palm slightly and slowly grabbed towards his chest. "What are you?" Madman, what are you doing?" "What the fuck?" When the old man saw Wang Xian directly grabbing towards his heart with his arm, he revealed an astonished expression. He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. "It's all right. Don't worry." Wang Xian smiled. Under the old man's fucking gaze, he took out a heart of light and darkness. This is the reason why you can use light and darkness?" Although the stooped old man was in shock when he saw the beating heart of darkness, the abyss-like darkness and the holy hall-like light made him widen his eyes and tremble. "That's right. This is my heart of light and darkness. Come, I'll lend you my heart." Wang Xian placed the myriad origin spirit in his hand at the location of his heart. In an instant, waves of powerful spiritual energy filled his entire body. It made him feel that his entire body was filled with strength. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. The heart of light and darkness was beating in his hand. Lend me your heart?" Gulp. The stooped old man was completely dumbfounded. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange and crazy thing. He directly dug out his own heart and lent it to me. This was still the world he knew in the past. The heart of light and darkness can replace your heart. It can expel the soul of darkness in your body. It is also a way for me to restrain you." Wang Xian said to the old man and slowly stretched out his arm. "Come, give me your heart." Damn it. The hunchbacked old man's forehead was filled with cold sweat when he saw Wang Xian's crazed look. The heart and the head were vital parts to a void interpretation stage powerhouse. Only a longevity stage powerhouse whose head was still intact after his heart was blown off could survive. Now, Wang Xian wanted him to take out his heart? That was too crazy. "Don't worry, if I wanted you to die, you would have died a long time ago." Wang Xian moved his palm slightly and the aura of the hunchbacked old man changed instantly. The suppressed darkness soul started to riot again. All right. I agree. Sensing the riot of the darkness soul in his body, he shouted hurriedly. He was the fish and others were the butcher. He had no choice but to agree. "Boss Missouri, be gentle. I don't want to die yet." The stooped old man closed his eyes as if he was about to be raped. Wang Xian smiled. He moved his arm and grabbed at the stooped old man's heart. The stooped old man trembled and didn't dare to move. "Poochie." Wang Xian grabbed the stooped old man's heart directly. At the same time, he placed the heart of light and darkness on the stooped old man's heart. Following that, he moved his arm and waves of green dragon energy wrapped around the stooped old man's heart and threw it into the storage spiritual bag. Then, he threw the light and dark dragon balls into the old man's body. Hiss! Boom! The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. The soul of darkness hidden in his body revealed a terrified expression the moment the heart of light and darkness entered his body. The dark dragon balls directly swallowed it. His injuries recovered, and his aura rose. The stooped old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a black light shot out from his turbid eyes. The black light landed in front of him, and half of the room instantly melted. Jejia, I, Emosha, have returned. Jejia. As he felt the terrifying demonic power circulating within his body, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He felt that the current him was even more terrifying than when he was at his peak. Wang Xian, feel my current strength. Is it? Ah. He turned his head and stared at Wang Xian as he spoke with an unruly expression. However, before he could finish his sentence, an extremely pained expression appeared on his face. This pained expression was akin to 1,000 demons devouring one's heart. Stop acting tough. Your heart is in my hands. Furthermore, the heart in your body is mine. With just a thought from me, you will die. Wang Xian said faintly to him. Yes. I couldn't help but want to act tough. Boss Missouri, please don't blame me. The hunchbacked old man quickly gave in. He knew that he had gotten carried away. Chapter 1596. 1596 could not survive without going crazy. My heart is with you now. Don't have any thoughts. Even if I die this time, you won't be able to take over my heart. Moreover, even if I die this time, it won't be long before I come back to life. Your heart is in my hands. I will give it to one of my subordinates. My subordinate will tell you what you will do after I die. This time, you must bring Jin back no matter what. After this is over, I will set you free. Wang Xian reminded the hunchbacked old man. This was also a warning to him. Come back from the dead? The hunchbacked old man was slightly shocked when he heard Wang Xian's words. To come back from the dead and come back from the dead with a drop of blood was an ability that only gods could achieve. He could do it. However, when he thought of the strange heart of light and darkness, he pursed his lips. You won't use this heart to possess me, right? The old man asked with some worry in his heart. Now, he was really afraid of the strange Wang Xian. From the bottom of his heart, he was afraid. Wang Xian was a little speechless when he heard his words. With a dark face, he asked, with your appearance, would I possess you? That's good, that's good. The hunchbacked old man smiled. He was now a fish and had no strength to resist. No matter what happened, he could only accept it. Furthermore, he knew a little about Wang Xian. It seemed that he was much kinder than he was in the past. You should get used to your own strength. 7 days later, we will make a big fuss and see who is the ruler of this world. A devilish smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Good, good, good. Don't worry, Boss Missouri. I will let them know that I, Emo Sha, have returned. The stooped old man's original name was Emo Sha. He looked at Wang Xian with an arrogant expression. His eyes were filled with wildness. He was like a demon that had just come out of its cage. Wang Xian smiled and waved at him. Emo Sha walked out obediently. My only sect hopes that Jin will not be harmed in any way. Wang Xian sat at the side and muttered to himself. This time, Wang Xian had already made his final plan. The worst outcome would be death. However, if he really died, my only sect would not have an easy time either. After his death, the heart of light and darkness and the light and darkness dragon pearl were placed in Emo Sha. With Emo Sha's talent and current strength, if he didn't want to die, it would be very difficult for him to die in the vast area. He had to sacrifice himself to save Ling Jian Er. Then, he would use the energy he obtained from the Bingshin Empire to resurrect her. Only my sect. I hope it doesn't come to this. Otherwise, I will let your sect's millions of people die without a burial ground. Wang Xian slowly closed his eyes. With the removal of the heart of light and darkness, he was no longer able to use the powers of darkness and light. However, the 5 elements were not affected by light and darkness. He could use them without restraint. Having mastered the 5 elements perfectly, he was more powerful in battle than light and darkness. He sat there quietly and familiarized himself with the 5 elements and the 10,000 origin spirit at the location of the heart. Time slowly passed by. However, at this moment, the announcement made by Lone Faction caused a huge uproar in the entire vast region. I really didn't expect Lone Faction to be so calm. They didn't send anyone to kill the Sky Demon directly, nor did they say anything harsh. Instead, they are holding a wedding banquet 7 days later. This is Lone Faction's contempt for the Sky Demon. They don't put the Sky Demon in their eyes at all, but I keep feeling that this is the calm before the storm. The absolute calm before the storm. Lone Sect directly announced that Bing Jian, and young Master Ao Tian are going to hold a wedding. This is humiliating Sky Demon. Not only that, after this wedding, Lone Sect should make a move. The more this is the case, the more I feel that Lone Sect is terrifying. For this wedding, Lone Sect has invited all the second-rate and first-rate forces in the world. Something big will definitely happen. In the past few days, everyone was talking about the solipsistic sect and the Sky Demon. Everyone was also guessing what the solipsistic sect would do next. 7 days was not a long time. On the 4th day, all the first-rate and second-rate forces that came from a vast area of over 1 million kilometers rushed towards the solipsistic sect. It would take at least a day and a half to fly from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom to the solipsistic sect. On the 5th day, Wang Xian walked out of the manor. There was no one beside him. He wore a crown on his head and walked straight in the direction of the lone sect. On the crown, there were 5 elemental dragon beads inlaid. At this moment, Wang Xian's appearance was exactly the same as when he was in the flowing sea region. There was no light or darkness. Oh my God, that's the sky demon. It's him. He actually walked out in such a grand manner. Is he going there? The direction he's heading to is the only sect. Oh my God, why is he going there alone? Is he sending himself to his death? When everyone in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom saw Wang Xian swaggering out, they were shocked. At this moment, he still dared to swagger out. Furthermore, looking at the direction he was heading towards, it was the lone sect. What was he trying to do? Go to the lone sect? Was he seeking his own death? Everyone's eyes flickered with extreme shock. Very soon, the news of the sky demon flying alone towards the lone sect spread throughout the entire ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Those forces that had been paying attention to the news of the sky demon revealed astonished expressions on their faces. What was he trying to do? To barge into the lone tyrant sect? Hee. Wang Xian flew into the sky and smiled faintly as he felt the gazes from everyone. Emo Sha did not follow beside him. Instead, he headed towards the lone tyrant sect in advance. He rushed to the lone tyrant sect in advance to observe the terrain and make all the necessary preparations. There were only 2 experts at level 9 of the see-through realm in the entire sect. One of them was the supreme leader of the sect. The other one was the one who had not appeared for a long time. As he strolled in the void, he flew towards the sect unhurriedly. On the way, when someone saw Wang Xian, they looked as if they had seen a ghost and fled in fear. Wang Xian ignored them and flew alone. On the morning of the 7th day, all the major forces in the vast region rushed over from the 10810,000 tall Mount Solitaire. In front of Ingtian Peak, festive lanterns were hung high up and there were all kinds of flowers. It made the entire mountain peak extremely beautiful. In the cave at the corner of the mountain peak, festive red filled the room. Ling Jian, who was dressed in festive attire, sat there stiffly. At the side, young Master Ao Tian and Bing Fa Bing Jing Huan were standing behind. I heard that the sky demon is here. When we hold our wedding later, let's use fresh blood to decorate it. Red. Festive. Chapter 1597. 1597 Dominance and Madness 1. Fresh blood. Red. Festive. In the festive room, young Master Ao Tian said to Ling Jian, with a smile on his face. When he heard that Priest Wang was a sky demon, he was shocked for a very long time. He never expected that after he left, all the people of their sect in the Divine Kingdom ruins would be killed. Even the Grand Elder was killed by the Sky Demon. A terrifying powerhouse who was not even 30 years old. A powerhouse who could destroy the entire dynasty by himself. Even he felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he had the lone sect as his backer, and he had his father. Young Lord Ao Tian. I hope that the lone sect can hand over the Sky Demon's corpse to us. We want to use his corpse to pay tribute to the millions of spirits of our ice race in the sky. Beside him, Bing Fa Wu clenched his fists tightly as he growled in a low voice. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. In fact, his eyes were filled with endless hatred when he looked at Bing Jian. However, now that Bing Jian was going to marry young Master Ao Tian, he hid this hatred very well. No problem. Young Master Ao Tian smiled at Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jing Huan. Not only Sky Demon, all his friends, and even the entire Luhai region will be buried with him. Hee. Bing Fa Wu was stunned for a moment before a cruel smile appeared on her face. Ling Jian, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, was filled with anger. However, her body was being controlled and she could not speak. Time is about to start. Senior Bing Fa Wu, little brother Bing Jing Huan, let's go out and welcome the guests. Ao Tian said to them as he walked out with a smile. Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jing Huan nodded and followed behind him. One of them was the groom while the other was the relative of the bride. Naturally, they had to greet the guests. Congratulations, young Master Aotion. Congratulations, young Master Aotion. Congratulations. Aotion and the other two arrived in front of Ingtian Peak. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 people gathered in the huge square. All the powerful forces in the entire vast region had arrived. The southern royal family, the Wuji Empire, and the 8 first-rate forces were all present. All of them were rushing over. Seeing young Master Aotion walking out, all the experts from the forces immediately greeted him with smiles on their faces. Hee hee. Young Master Aotion smiled and nodded to each of the forces. Young Master Aotion, our 9 Lotus sect has received news that the Sky Demon seems to be rushing over. An expert from a first-rate force walked over and said in a soft voice, Hee hee, thank you for your reminder, 9 Lotus sect. Young Master Aotion smiled faintly. No need, no need. The people from the 9 Lotus sect immediately smiled and shook their heads. Congratulations to the 2 from the Bingxin Empire. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jing Huan, who were greeting the various forces behind young Master Aotion, instantly became embarrassed. They looked forward and saw Wu Qingcheng looking at them with a mocking expression. Wu Qingcheng, just congratulate me. Aotion looked forward and said with a smile. Hee hee, marrying a daughter-in-law is such a huge loss. There is nothing to congratulate. Wu Qingcheng did not give Aotion much face and said lightly, Wu Qingcheng, I know that the Sky Demon has done you a favor, but so what? I will let you see his body soon and mourn for him. Aotion's face turned cold when he heard Wu Qingcheng's words. Humph. Wu Qingcheng's face also turned ugly as he watched Aotion walk forward. Qingcheng, only our sect and Priest Wang are fighting to the death. We can't help you with this matter, or it will cause a war between the 2 forces. An elder at the side said slowly to Wu Qingcheng. I know. Wu Qingcheng nodded with a gloomy face. Now, I hope Priest Wang doesn't act rashly, or else. He scanned his surroundings with an embarrassed expression. In the incomparably huge Ingtian Peak, all the forces in the vast region had arrived. All the disciples and experts of the Solitaire sect were scattered around the surrounding areas. The experts were spying on them. Even the Patriarch of the Solitaire sect and the Patriarch of the Solitaire sect were also watching them. In such a situation, once Wang Xian arrived, there was a slim chance of survival. It could even be said that there was no way for him to survive. Even if it was the Wuji Empire, unless they used all their strength, they would not be able to gain any benefits here. Let's hope so. The elder from the Wuji Empire nodded slowly. The matter of the Saint Prince of Light being a sky demon had also shocked the entire Wuji Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that he and the solipsistic sect had caused such a huge ruckus, they would have wanted to befriend him. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Little Yuan, do you think young Master Wang will come today? At the He clan seat, He Suiqing frowned as he looked around and asked He Yuan. I think so. He Yuan smiled bitterly. Based on his understanding of Wang Xian, this brother of his would definitely come today. If he comes here, then. He Suiqing pursed his lips and scanned his surroundings. He Yuan didn't say anything. He sighed silently. He hoped that Wang Xian wouldn't come. It wasn't just the Wuji Empire and the He clan. Everything that happened today wasn't about the wedding between the young master of Aotion and Ling Jian. Instead, it was about the announcement of the sect and whether or not the Sky Demon would come. With the Sky Demon's strength, if he came today, he would be instantly killed. If he came, he would never come back. The sect did not take the Sky Demon's threat seriously at all. Instead, they held the wedding here and insulted the Sky Demon. It was as if they were saying, look, we want your woman. She's a peerless beauty with monstrous demonic qi. How could we offend our sect? Unless the Sky Demon doesn't come out this time and hides for hundreds or even thousands of years, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. The surrounding forces were discussing in low voices. The two from the Bingxin dynasty, come here. We have something to ask you. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the huge square. The voice did not have the slightest scruple and carried a trace of dominance. All the factions of Yingtian Peak were slightly stunned. They hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. Even all the experts from the unique sect narrowed their eyes slightly and looked over coldly. However, when they saw the person who spoke, everyone was slightly startled. Hiss, why is this person here? Why is this person from the Southern royal family here? The eyes of all the factions narrowed slightly, and a trace of solemnity appeared on their faces. Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jinghuan, who were following beside young Master Ao Tian, were slightly shocked and quickly walked over. Even young Master Ao Tian followed by the side in surprise and immediately walked over. There was an old man with long black hair that reached his waist. His hair was neat, and there was a trace of brutality in his frown. The top powerhouse of the Southern royal family, Nangong Zhenghe. Chapter 1598. 1598 Domineering and Crazy 2. Senior. Ao Tian and Bing Fa Wu walked over and immediately cupped their hands respectfully towards the long-haired old man. Let me ask you something. 7 days ago, a dozen young disciples of our Southern royal family passed by your icy heart imperial city. Do you know about this? Nangong Zhenghe saw their respectful expressions, and his expression didn't change at all. He directly asked Bing Fa Wu. 7 days ago? Bing Fa Wu was slightly taken aback. Reporting to Senior, if the Southern royal family's disciples come, our Bingxin imperial city will definitely welcome them warmly. 7 days ago, our Bingxin imperial dynasty was met with an extermination disaster. As he spoke, his expression was extremely unsightly. 7 days ago, more than 10 core disciples of our Southern royal family went missing at your place. We haven't heard from them since. Nangong Zhenghe said coldly with a gloomy face. These core disciples had his favorite great-grandson. He didn't expect them to go missing right now. In this vast area, who would dare to kill his beloved grandson? Even the experts of the only sect didn't dare to do so. Brother Zhenghe, since you're here, come and have a seat. At this moment, the Supreme Sect Master's voice came from the distant mountain peak. Okay. Nangong Zhenghe looked up and hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. His figure moved and disappeared in an instant. I didn't expect the patriarch of the Southern royal family to come today. Wu Qingsheng frowned slightly when he saw the disappearing figure. Our patriarch Dark Eye has already broken through several layers of the Black Water God Lake's restrictions. The reason why Patriarch Southern Emperor came this time should be to discuss the issue of alliance with the only sect. The old man behind Wu Qingcheng said with a smile. Dark Eye Patriarch is about to break through the restrictions? It seems that the lone sect and the Southern Emperor family are getting anxious. Wu Qingcheng was slightly stunned before an excited expression appeared on his face. A divine tree suddenly appeared in the Black Water God Lake. According to the 3 superpowers guesses, this divine tree had powerful functions. The 3 superpowers competed with each other and restrained each other. Seeing that the Wuji Empire was about to break the restriction, they naturally had to join forces to fight against them. This wasn't something rare. In fact, the 3 superpowers often worked together to compete against each other. Sometimes, the Wuji Empire would join forces with the Solitaire sect to deal with the Southern royal family. Other times, the other party would join forces to deal with them. Brother Zhenghe, I didn't expect you to come so early. On the Unitary Peak, the Unitary Sect Master sat on a green chair and signaled to Nangong Zhenghe. More than 10 disciples of the Southern royal family disappeared in the Bingxin imperial city. We came here to ask the people of the Bingxin Empire in advance. Nangong Zhenghe said with a bad expression. They disappeared in the Bingxin Empire 7 days ago. It must be the work of the Sky Demon. The Supreme Hierarch said calmly, the Sky Demon is coming to our sect. We will kill him and give you an explanation. All right then. Let's talk about the divine tree in the Black Water Divine Lake. Nangong Zhenghe nodded. The disciples of the southern royal family should have been killed by the sky demon. However, the death of the sky demon basically put an end to this matter. Even if he felt sorry for his great-grandson, he could only do so much. All right, for the Blackwater Divine Lake, if we work together, the Tree of God has a 90% chance of obtaining it. However, for all the gains, we, the Supreme Sect, want 70%. Oh, the Supreme Sect leader is so confident? However, this 70% is a little too high. It is a little too high, but for that 20%, our Supreme Sect will have to pay a huge price. The Supreme Headmaster said to Nangong Jianghe. I don't understand why the Supreme Headmaster is so confident. Nangong Jianghe sipped his tea and asked. The Mistress of the Desolate Sea wants a treasure from our sect. She wants to use that treasure to lure her out. The Southern Royal Family will pay the 20% price. The Supreme Headmaster said with a smile on his face. The Mistress of the Barren Sea? Nangong Jianghe narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you to invite her. Where is the mistress? I invited her today. She will give face to our sect. She should be here soon. The Supreme Headmaster said confidently, Okay, I want to see the Desolate Goddess. Nangong Jianghe nodded solemnly. The Desolate Sea Lord, the Desolate Goddess, had single-handedly destroyed a first-rate force overnight. Compared to the Sky Demon's strength, the Desolate Goddess was truly terrifying. This was because even they had to be extremely wary of the Desolate Goddess. In fact, they definitely couldn't become enemies with her because her methods were too strange. The two leaders of the superpowers were chatting. At Ingtian Peak's location, all the powers in the vast region had gathered. All the powers were clearly seated in different places. Every single one of them was an existence that could shake the entire region for tens of thousands of kilometers. Chirp, 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 chirp. The auspicious time has arrived. At noon, the chirping of birds could be heard from the sky. It's the Chaotian Sparrow. The Chaotian Sparrow Demonic Beast Clan, a rank 7 profound void demonic beast clan. Everyone's powers immediately looked towards the sky. Numerous green Chaotian sparrows were circling in the sky. Flower petals directly fell from the sky. The largest Chaotian sparrow in the lead let out a human's voice. Under the control of Chaotian Sparrow, the flower petals kept floating in the sky, making the entire Ingtian Peak extremely beautiful. The 7th-level profound void martial stage Chaotian Sparrow flying in the sky. This is simply too beautiful. To be able to marry the young lord of Aotian is simply a great fortune. Unfortunately, Bingjian actually fell in love with the Sky Devil. Perhaps Bingjian has already gone back on her words and is prepared to spend the rest of her life with the young lord of Aotian. After all, if she marries the young lord of Aotian, she might be able to become the Supreme Headmaster's wife in the future. The birds flew in the sky, and the young men and women from all the factions raised their heads in shock. Using a 7th-level void interpretation demonic beast to dress up a wedding was something that only the 3 super factions could do. This could be said to be something that made all the women present extremely envious. They wished that they were the ones who would marry young Master Aotian. Let's welcome the bride and groom. A woman's voice sounded from a stone platform in front of Ingtian Peak. There were flower petals placed on it. Spiritual pearls were placed on both sides, rows upon rows of extremely luxurious pearls. They were all connected to the cave dwelling where the bride of Ingtian Peak was. When the woman's voice fell, Ling Jian, who was wearing a red veil, and the arrogant young Master Aotian walked out. The two of them walked all the way to the stone platform. Young Master Aotian swept his gaze over everyone around him, his cold and arrogant face filled with a smile. All the forces around him were gathered on young Master Outyin and Lingjian. Please welcome the groom's relatives. Please welcome the bride's relatives. The woman stood at the front, her face full of smiles as she continued to shout. At the back, Bing Fa Wu slowly walked over, his face squeezing out traces of a smile. With the destruction of the Iceheart dynasty, it was already very difficult for him to be able to smile. My son getting married is the happiest time for me as his mother. A graceful and elegant lady walked over slowly. "Mother." Aotion turned around and shouted with a smile on his face. "Haha, Tion heir is getting married. As her father, I naturally have to attend personally." At this moment, a voice came from the sky and two figures flew over instantly. One figure landed at the front of the southern royal family and sat down. The other figure landed beside Aotion with a smile on his face. "Father." Aotion immediately bowed. "Supreme Headmaster." Around him, tens of thousands of elite disciples and powerhouses of Supreme Headmaster quickly bowed to show their respect. All the forces around were filled with respect. "Haha, welcome to my son's wedding. Is everyone here?" Ew. The Supreme Sect leader stood on the stage and smiled as he scanned the surrounding people. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts trembled. It was about to begin. "Supreme Sect leader, all the factions have arrived, but the desolate goddess has yet to arrive. Other than that, there is still one person who has yet to arrive. I wonder if he will still come." An old man cupped his hands and reported from below. Chapter 1599. 1599 Domineering and Crazy 3. The goddess of desolation will come. As for whether the others will come, we don't know. The Supreme Headmaster heard the report and said with a smile, "What? Father, the goddess of desolation will come?" As soon as the Supreme Headmaster finished his words, Outyin, who was beside him, showed a surprised expression and asked immediately, "The desolation goddess will come?" The Supreme Headmaster actually invited the desolation goddess. "Oh my God, the mysterious desolation sea goddess, she actually came today. This is an extremely terrifying existence." Although the desolation goddess only attacked once, she instantly destroyed the first-rate power, the Nanshan family. She is much more terrifying than the Sky Demon. The Sky Fiend and the Goddess of Desolation are simply not on the same level. The Goddess of Desolation is an existence that even the three super factions fear. When the surrounding factions heard the Supreme Headmaster's words, they revealed shocked expressions. Compared to the high-profile Sky Fiend, the Goddess of Desolation was very low-key. She had only attacked once. However, that one time had made all the forces in the vast region see how terrifying that person was. Even the three super forces had acknowledged that person as the mistress of the Sea of Desolation. Her terrifying behemoth and strange abilities had shocked all the forces, including the three super forces. The Goddess of Desolation has actually come to the only sect. Everyone in Wuji Empire had solemn expressions on their faces. Nangong Jianghe's arrival and the arrival of the Goddess of Desolation, could it be a signal? Was our sect closer to the Goddess of Desolation? The Supreme Headmaster nodded his head lightly and looked around. As for whether there is anyone else, that is no longer important. Today is the day of my son's wedding. But before that, our sect would like to announce something. The Supreme Sect leader's body slowly emitted a supreme aura. The aura directly charged towards everyone in front of him. The hearts of all the factions in the vast region slightly trembled as they watched in awe. Ever since my only sect was established, all the enemies who dared to provoke my only sect have now turned to dust. A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone knew that our cult had started to take action against the Sky Demon. If they didn't take action, it would be fine. But if they did, it would probably be a massacre. The last time a faction provoked our cult was more than 10,000 years ago. At that time, more than 5 million people from that faction were all killed. Even those who were related to that faction were all killed. Those who offend the Supreme Sect will be executed. The Supreme Sect leader's voice thundered in everyone's ears. This shocked everyone. What is the Supreme Sect trying to do? An elder from the He clan frowned. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Our ancestors are weak. The Supreme Sect cannot be weak. Even if it is heaven or earth, we must kill the Sky Devil. The Supreme Headmaster stood there, his body slowly emitting traces of killing intent. Today is my son's wedding day. Red represents celebration, but... Sorry, I'm late. Just as the Supreme Headmaster continued to speak, an indifferent voice came from afar. The Supreme Headmaster focused his gaze and looked forward. Everyone around him was also slightly shocked. They immediately turned their heads. He's here. The Sky Demon is really here. He actually dared to come here. Hiss, as expected of the Sky Demon. However, he is simply sending himself to his death by coming here. When the people from all the factions saw Wang Xian and Imo Sha walking over in the air, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. 1 step, 2 steps, and 3 steps later, Wang Xian had already arrived at the spot in front of Yingtian Peak. His gaze landed on Ling Jian. He heaved a sigh of relief when he felt that Ling Jian was not injured at all. Jian, I'm here to bring you back, Wang Xian said softly. Shut up. A person who is about to die actually dares to address my Ao Tian's wife by her name. Ao Tian's lips curled up slightly when he saw Wang Xian's arrival as he shouted coldly. Supreme Headmaster, kill him, kill him. Beside him, Bing Fa Wu stared at Wang Xian with a heavy breathing and growled in a low voice. Haha, since you are a guest, let this Sky Demon enjoy the last scene of his life. The Supreme Headmaster smiled and said loudly. Continue then. Wang Xian stood in the air and stared at the Supreme Headmaster indifferently. As expected of the Sky Demon, even when he met the Supreme Headmaster, he still has this kind of spirit. What kind of spirit? He's just a boorish man, a person who is about to die. The people around saw Wang Xian and discussed in a low voice. Everyone from the He clan and the Wuji Empire frowned. Putting everything aside, just this kind of spirit was enough to make them submit. Hee, red represents celebration. However, there are still many heroic souls in our sect that have yet to be sacrificed. The heroic souls have to be sacrificed with fresh blood. Coincidentally, the fresh blood is also red. So, with the blood of the Sky Demon and the blood of all the relatives and friends of the Sky Demon, let us offer our congratulations. A blood-colored wedding sounded a little scary. However, this was not the tyranny of our sect. Everything was caused by Ling Jian, and the Sky Demon. Even though Ling Jian, had married into our sect, they still had to offer sacrifices to the souls that had died because of her. Ao Tian did not have any objections to this blood-colored wedding. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The only sect was the only sect. As the Supreme Sect leader spoke, his gaze finally landed on Wang Xian. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Who does the Supreme Sect leader want to kill? Family and friends? Everyone around was slightly shocked. Astonishment appeared on their faces. As for the position of the He clan, when the He clan members heard these words, their expressions changed instantly. I will rush over to your Luhai region and all your family and friends after today. But now, buzz. The Supreme Headmaster waved his arm and an image appeared in the sky. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. We have nothing to do with Priest Wang. We are merely being treated by him. Terrified voices were suddenly heard. At this moment, the expressions of all the forces changed drastically. Even Wang Xian, who had long been calm and composed, trembled. His eyes were fixed on the scene in the image. Nearly 100,000 people are indebted to you. Die. The Supreme Headmaster pointed his finger in the air. In the screen, gusts of wind blades slashed towards the 100,000 people. The screams were clearly heard by everyone. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Wang Xian's body trembled a little as he slowly closed his eyes. He slowly raised his head and placed the violent blood pill into his mouth. I didn't kill Bo Ren and Bo Ren, but I'm the one who died. There's no need to retreat. Haha, die. Kill millions of my Ice Race members. Everyone who is related to the Sky Demon must die. Below, Bing Jinghuan was roaring ferociously when he saw this scene. His face was filled with excitement and ferocity. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Overbearing and crazy. This was the solipsistic sect? This is only the beginning. He Yuan from the He clan came out to commit suicide. Chapter 1600. 1600 Tyrannies and Madness 4. This is only the beginning. He Yuan from the He clan came out to commit suicide. The scene in the sky showed that nearly 100,000 people who had been treated by Wang Xian were all killed. However, this was only the beginning for the solipsistic sect. When the Supreme Chief said this sentence, everyone was shocked. He Yuan of the He clan had come out to commit suicide. He clan? This was the top He clan among the first-rate forces. He Yuan was the most outstanding disciple of the entire He clan. He was even groomed to be the successor of the next clan leader. Even so, the Supreme Chief announced that He Yuan of the He clan had come out to commit suicide. How overbearing was this? What? You want to kill He Yuan? The Supreme Headmaster's words caused the expressions of everyone from Wang Xian's He clan to change drastically. Even He Yuan's face turned pale instantly and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The He clan was indeed powerful. Even the three superpowers had to be wary of the He clan. However, if the Supreme Headmaster wanted to kill He Yuan, would the He clan dare to disobey? Even if the He clan could withstand the onslaught of the Supreme Headmaster, there was a condition. That was, they could hide in the holy tree and not come out. However, could they hide forever? Hiss, this Supreme Headmaster is so overbearing. He Yuan of the He clan. He killed nearly 100,000 people saved by the Sky Demon, and now he wants to kill the Sky Demon's friend He Yuan. This is too overbearing. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their gazes were all focused on the He clan. Little Yuan, He Suiqing, who was holding onto He Yuan's arm, had an incomparably pale face. Her body was slightly trembling as she looked at him. If I remember correctly, more than 10,000 years ago, a powerful force provoked the lone sect. At that time, that force had several million people killed. Other than the direct members of this force, there were also several million people who were implicated. A total of 7 to 8 million people died at the hands of the lone sect. It was also from that time that the Supreme Sect became known as the Supreme Sect in heaven and earth. It was overbearing and powerful, and it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The elder of Wuji Empire frowned and said slowly, the Supreme Sect leader had made the most core disciple of a top-tier force commit suicide. Even they were a little surprised. Powerful, it was simply too powerful. All the forces looked at the He clan with some sympathy. Lord Supreme Sect Leader, this matter has nothing to do with our He Yuan. Why? Can Supreme Sect Leader give our Yuan a way out? The He clan elder's expression changed drastically as he begged the Supreme Sect Leader for mercy. Do you want our only sect to help? The Supreme Sect Leader swept a cold glance over. Everyone from the He clan trembled. He Yuan stood there and slowly closed his eyes. To dare to kill a disciple of our sect? This is only the beginning. After today, I will personally head to the Luhai region. Do you feel some regret? The Supreme Headmaster looked at Wang Xian indifferently and said expressionlessly, He Jianer, I will lift your head. Look, this is the outcome of going against our sect. Ao Tian took off Ling Jian, ER's head with a smile, and said with a smile. Ling Jian looked at Wang Xian who was in front of her. Tears were glistening in her eyes. Then let our sect grant you death. The Supreme Headmaster ordered indifferently when he saw the humiliation on the faces of the He clansmen. It's the Supreme Headmaster. A middle-aged man immediately cupped his hands and replied, Those who offend our sect will be executed by 9 clans. The middle-aged man shouted and arrogantly looked down on the He clan's people as he slowly walked over. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took gave the He clan's people a huge pressure. The He clan's experts clenched their fists, their eyes filled with anger. Sigh. The leader of the He clan's leader, powerlessly closed his eyes and waved his hand behind him. They couldn't fight back. They didn't have the right to fight back. Once they made a move, all of them would die. In the future, the He clan could only hide in the position of the holy tree. Powerless. As expected of the solipsistic sect, they are very overbearing and crazy. Wang Xian opened his eyes slowly. He could feel the fresh blood in his body burning and boiling. The medicinal effect was slowly starting to take effect. Once he consumed the violent blood pill, even if he didn't make a move, more than half of his flesh and blood would disappear over time. Once he made a move, he would almost certainly die. In heaven and earth, only I am the supreme. Aotian stared at Wang Xian with a wild expression and said coldly, In heaven and earth, only I am the supreme. All the disciples of the solitaire sect in the surroundings shouted with excitement. This was the strength and tyranny of their sect. They dared to kill our brothers and sisters and exterminate their entire clan. So what if they were from the He clan? So what if they were sky devils? They were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Die, stupid thing. At this time, the middle-aged man of the solitaire sect who was walking towards the He clan waved out a wind blade arrogantly. A simple wind blade was not very strong, but it was enough to kill a 3rd or 4th level void interpretation expert. He knew that even if it was a simple attack, the 8th level insightful void martial artist beside He Yuan would not dare to stop it. Young Master Wang. When He Suiqing saw this scene, he shouted at Wang Xian in a daze. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian moved. With a flash, he appeared in front of the wind blade. When the wind blade landed in front of him, it dissipated immediately. Explode? He shouted softly. The middle-aged man's body exploded instantly. Fresh blood splattered in a 20-meter radius. Deacon Liu. What? What a fast speed. It's said that the Sky Demon once single-handedly blocked 3 level 8 see-through void martial artists. What terrifying strength. He killed a deacon of the solitaire sect right in front of the Supreme Headmaster. When the body of the middle-aged man from the lone sect exploded, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. The Supreme Leader was also slightly stunned. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. He had underestimated the strength of the Sky Demon. I'm sorry, Brother He Yuan. I've implicated you. Wang Xian stood in front of He Yuan and turned his head to speak plainly to him. We're all brothers. He Yuan forced a bitter smile at Wang Xian, but he replied in a carefree manner. You are very good. The Supreme Headmaster pointed his finger in the air. Streams of terrifying wind attribute gathered instantly. Crack, crack, crack. A wind prison directly trapped Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at it indifferently and didn't move. However, the hostility in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Hiss, the Supreme Headmaster has made his move. He pointed his finger at the void and trapped the Sky Devil. The Sky Devil didn't even have time to react. No matter what, the Sky Devil will die in the place of the Supreme Headmaster. Everyone was shocked when they saw the Supreme Headmaster making his move. Very good, kill that woman as well. The Supreme Headmaster spoke again and glanced at He Suiqing who was beside He Yuan. Whoever was related to the Sky Demon would die. What? The miss of the He Suizu clan was also sentenced to death. This is simply the death of whoever opens his mouth. The Supreme Headmaster is too overbearing. All the forces were shocked again, and the faces of all the He Suizu clan members turned ugly. But there was still no way. In this sky and this land, only the Supreme Headmaster of the He Suizu clan was supreme. Chapter 1601 1601 Domineering and Crazy 5. Yes. After the Supreme Chief had judged He Suiqing, an elder from the solipsistic sect cupped his hands and accepted the order. His gaze swept over He Suiqing and He Yuan without any emotion on his face. I wonder if there will be anyone who will stop us. A cold smile appeared on the elder's face. He glanced at Wang Xian with disdain and walked straight ahead. He Suiqing looked at the enforcers of the Supreme Sect who were walking towards him. His face was pale as he held He Yuan's arm tightly. Supreme Sect Leader, aren't you guys too overbearing? He Yuan stared at the Supreme Sect Leader and shouted with an extremely embarrassed expression. You don't have the right to speak to our sect leader. Go to hell. I want to see who else dares to stop you. A cold expression appeared on the elder's face. With a wave of his arm, a powerful energy directly attacked He Yuan and He Suiqing. He Yuan's body trembled. Everyone from the He clan and He Sui-Ching closed their eyes and lowered their heads. Too overbearing. Imph. Blame the Sky Demon for killing so many disciples of the sect. After all, many core disciples of the sect have been killed in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Now, the revenge of the lone sect is only the beginning. The surrounding factions whispered when they saw the powerful lone sect. Kiki, I'll give it a try too. At that moment, a sinister and terrifying voice sounded. Explode? Boom. The sound of an explosion sounded once again. Just like the last time, blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, all the surrounding factions were stunned. The Supreme Sect leader's cold aura that looked down on the world was completely frozen as well. The only sect is only SOSO. Could it be that villains die because they talk too much? Kiki. A mocking voice rang out, causing the expressions of all the surrounding factions to become exceptionally interesting. It was the second time. The first time, the Sky Demon attacked and killed a deacon of the only sect. Now, the hunchbacked old man who had followed the Sky Demon had also killed one of the deacons of the lone sect. Blood splattered everywhere. For the first time, it was understandable if the Supreme Headmaster was too arrogant and did not react. But this time, 2 consecutive times, it was a slap to the face. Even the experts of some forces twitched their mouths. He is indeed peerless. One Sky Demon is at the peak of the 8th rank of the Profound Void martial stage, and the other one is not weak either. It seems that I have to make a move today. The Supreme Headmaster's eyes jumped, and his face darkened. Headmaster, leave it to our Supreme Guardian group. At this time, 7 elders slowly walked out from below and asked the Supreme Headmaster for instructions. Lord Supreme Headmaster, please let me chop off the head of the Sky Demon with my own hands and pay tribute to the millions of heroic spirits of our Bingxin dynasty. Bing Fa Wu jumped down and bowed respectfully to the Supreme Headmaster. Our sect must be serious. The Supreme Guardian Group is made up of 7 experts at the 8th rank of the Profound Void tier. Each Guardian Group is very powerful. Under normal circumstances, they will not act unless the sect is in danger. The Heavenly Demon is already very powerful to force the Supreme Guardian Group to act. This is the end of the matter. Some people took a deep breath when they saw the 7 experts at the 8th rank of the Profound Void tier and Bing Fa Wu of the Bingxin Empire walk out in an instant. The foundations of the 3 super forces were too strong. It was already very powerful for a first-rate force to have 2 experts at the 8th rank of the Profound Void tier. However, our sect could easily have 7 or 8. This was also the reason why the He clan and the He Sui clan did not dare to resist. Supreme Sect Leader, our 9 Lotus sect is willing to help the lone sect. An old man's voice suddenly came from behind. The old man had an arm that was about 2 meters long. His face was full of muscles, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Supreme Sect Leader, our Dust sect is willing to kill enemies for the lone sect. Just as the long-armed elder of the 9 Lotus sect finished speaking, another sect's patriarch stepped forward and respectfully requested for instructions. Hiss, the 9 Lotus sect and the Dust sect, 2 first-rate forces have also stepped forward. This is clearly an opportunity to gain the favor of our sect by stepping out and doing odd jobs. Why not? Unfortunately, we are only a second-rate force and don't even have the qualifications to do odd jobs. The eyes of all the surrounding forces flickered. This was an opportunity to curry favor with the cult of Solitaire. However, they were not qualified to do so. Let's settle this as soon as possible. The Supreme Sect Leader, who had wanted to establish his authority, was also a little angry after the 2 deacons were killed. He gave the order directly. It's the Supreme Sect Leader. The group of 10 see-through Void Tier 8 powerhouses cupped their hands. Instantly, their bodies emitted a terrifying pressure. They turned their heads and looked at Wang Xian and Emo Sha. 10 against 2. Among those of the same level, no matter how powerful they were, they would be able to kill them. In the surroundings, everyone could not help but take a few steps back. Their eyes were fixed on the death of the first-generation Sky Demon. His head, I hope everyone can let me, Bing Fa Wu, cut it off. Bing Fa Wu stared at Wang Xian with hatred and growled. Haha, sure, sure. In a while, we will create an opportunity for Brother Bing Fa Wu. The two patriarchs of the Nine Lotus sect and Dust sect said with smiles on their faces. 10 people at the 8th level of the see-through void tier killed 2 of them. They did not dare to guarantee that they would be able to kill them in one move. However, they could still take them down within 10 moves under the siege. Sister Jian, watch carefully. Aotian looked at Ling Jian, and said indifferently. Ling Jian, eyes turned red. She closed them slowly, and a tear fell. Haha, die, die, die. Bing Jing Huan roared with a ferocious face. He wanted to see his ancestor behead the sky demon and avenge his father and all his family. Do it. The Supreme Protector Group and Bing Fa Wu of the Only Sect, who were at rank 8 of the Profound Void Martial Stage, let out a light shout as resplendent weapons appeared in their hands. Hee, it's about to start. That's what makes it interesting. I hate trash the most, so let's clean up the 2 trash first. Emo Sha laughed maniacally when he saw the 10 Profound Void Martial Stage experts facing them. Strands of demonic chi slowly rose, and his turbid eyes began to turn pure black. Boom! Demonic chi erupted, and the black clouds in the sky instantly churned. An invincible aura rushed out in all directions. Trash, go to hell. Emo Sha waved his arms to the 2 sides. Strands of demonic chi were like ferocious and terrifying demonic dragons, directly crushing towards the 9 Lotus sect and the Dust Gate. What? A cry of surprise came from the Supreme Headmaster and Nangong Jianghe. Their pupils constricted slightly. Wang Xian, who was trapped in the wind prison, slowly extended his arms. When his hands touched the wind prison, it dissipated immediately. The 5 elements crown on his head was sparkling. Chapter 1602 1602 Battle of Madness 1. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from Emo Sha's demonic chi. The roars were like a dragon's roar, majestic and terrifying. The 2 terrifying demonic chi turned into ferocious dragon heads and attacked the 9 Lotus sect and the Dust Gate respectively. Emo Sha spread his arms and looked like an awakened demon. What? This aura? This. My God. This aura is definitely not something that can be emitted by an 8th level profound void martial artist. The devil chi swept out in all directions, and the devil dragon swept out. It was filled with a brutal, murderous aura. When the 9 Lotus sect's patriarch and the Dust Gate's patriarch sensed this terrifying aura, their expressions changed drastically, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. No. However, in the 9 Lotus sects and the Dust sect's positions, there were a total of 400 to 500 sect disciples. Those who were able to attend this banquet today were all core disciples of the sect. When they felt the attack that was filled with a destructive aura approaching, their faces revealed expressions of fear. This aura was too strong. Level 9 Void Interpretation, 100% Level 9 Void Interpretation. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Boom. The disciples and experts of the 2 great sects didn't have the slightest reaction. The terrifying attack instantly killed him. Moreover, Emo Sha clearly used an extremely cruel method to make his flesh and blood fly everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere. Not a single one was left. 9th level Void Interpretation Stage. Since when did our vast region have an expert at the 9th level Void Interpretation Stage? The elder from the Wuji Empire roared in a low voice. Nangong Jianghe's gaze stared at Emo Sha as his eyes flickered with a luster. Similarly, he spoke directly. 9th level Void Interpretation Stage? These 4 words caused all the people from the various factions to gulp as they stared at Emo Sha in disbelief. Kiki, these 2 small fries actually dare to court death. Don't be anxious. After I leave today, I will make your 9 Lotus sect and Dust sect vanish into thin air. Emo Sha ignored the exclamations and shocked gazes around him. His gaze swept past the 9 Lotus sect and Dust sect's patriarchs as he laughed heartily with a face full of smiles. In the eyes of the Nine Lotus sect and Dust sect's two patriarchs, his smile was like that of an abyss demon. The bodies of the two could not help but tremble. They looked at the position of their sect in a daze. All of them were killed. Not a single one was left alive. They did not have the slightest doubt about Emo Shah's words. They could already imagine the fate of their sect after provoking a demon of the 9th level of the profound void tier, along with the sky demon. Why is it like this? Their eyes were filled with endless regret. In their opinion, the sky demon was doomed to die today. They only wanted to curry favor with the lone sect. How could they expect to end up like this? Level 9 of the profound void tier. Are you going to be our lone sect's enemy? The lone sovereign sect master stared at Emo Shah with a cold expression and clenched his fists. An expert of the same level was already able to make their sect treat him seriously. In fact, they even had to deal with him carefully. After all, there were only 2 experts of level 9 of the see-through realm in their sect. If they could not make an enemy out of him completely, it would be the best choice. As the supreme headmaster spoke, his face was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked a little embarrassed. Send Jianer over. Without waiting for Emo Shah to reply, Wang Xian's cold voice rang out. This sentence made everyone from the supreme headmaster look extremely embarrassed. Sending Ling Jian over was equivalent to snatching the marriage. Furthermore, it was snatching the marriage of the young master of the supreme headmaster. Once Ling Jian left with him, the supreme headmaster would lose a lot of face. You're wishful thinking, just based on you. Ao Tian's face was filled with anger as he stared at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes and roared. It's best if you send my boss Tian Mo's wife over. Otherwise, for the next few thousand years, I will play well with the only sect. Kiki. Unless you can kill me, you will have to hide in the only mountains forever. Kiki. However, before he could finish his sentence, Emo Shah's faint voice was heard. As he spoke, his figure moved and came to Wang Xian's side. The two of them were facing Solitaire Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the vast region. Emo Shah's face was filled with arrogance. At this moment, Emo Shah felt that his body was abnormally strong, especially the position of his heart. An endless stream of demonic energy was providing him with energy. He felt as if he was going to blow up the sky. He, who was originally arrogant, now had a domineering aura that showed that he didn't put the people in the world in his eyes. This domineering aura was even stronger than the current Supreme Sect leader. Hiss, that old man actually called Sky Demon Boss, this? A level 9 profound void martial artist, Sky Demon also has a level 9 profound void martial artist by his side. Now, it will be difficult for the sect to destroy Sky Demon. This time, the only sect has truly encountered a tough opponent. All the surrounding factions were extremely shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of the 9th level profound void martial stage expert. They had never imagined that the old man by the Sky Demon's side would actually be such a terrifying existence. The 9th level of the profound void martial stage was invincible in the vast region. The gazes of the various factions swept past the 9 Lotus sect and the Dust Gate, revealing mocking expressions. These 2 first-rate forces were going to be finished. You. Young Lord Ao Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Emo Shah's words. Even the Supreme Headmaster's expression was extremely ugly. No one dares to threaten our only sect. At this moment, an angry voice came from the sky. An old man holding a dragon-headed walking stick was sitting on a green dragon chair floating in the air. Patriarch Fengqi. It's Patriarch Fengqi of the Solitaire Sect. Seeing the figure suddenly appear, everyone was slightly shocked and immediately looked up. Kiki, so what if I threaten the Solitaire Sect? With just the 2 of you, can you stop me, Emo Shah? Old geezer, today I leisurely came to the Solitaire Sect's land. I can also leisurely walk out. So what if I threaten you? Emo Shah arrogantly shouted at everyone in Only Me sect. When the surrounding people saw the incomparably arrogant Emo Shah, they were slightly stunned and quietly watched. Emo Shah's arrogance had its own right to be arrogant. Although Only Me sect had 2 experts at the 9th level of the profound void tier, It was extremely difficult to really leave Emo Shah here. Ka 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 ka. The Supreme Headmaster looked at the incomparably arrogant Emo Shah, tightly clenching his arm and emitting crisp sounds. His eyes flickered with a crazy killing intent. Patriarch Fengqi also slowly stood up and locked onto Emo Shah. Don't glare at me. Come and fuck me if you have the guts. If you don't have the guts, immediately send Boss Mo's wife over. Emo Shah's face was filled with laughter as he glanced at the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi. Light as the wind and light as the clouds. Chapter 1603 1603 Battle of Madness 2. Emo Shah's somewhat mocking words resounded throughout the entire Yingtian Peak. When the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi heard his words, their faces were filled with fury. Let me tell you, no one dares to be so arrogant towards our Supreme Headmaster. The Supreme Headmaster stared at Emo Shah and growled in a low voice. His terrifying aura caused the entire sky to change. The sky-facing sparrows were already flying around in fear as they stared in their direction. So what if you're arrogant? I'll ask you, are you going to give me the person? Emo Shah glanced at the two of them and questioned them without any fear. The Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi's expressions changed. Father, do I really want to? Ao Tian looked at his father and the Patriarch's hesitant expressions. His expression changed instantly, and he opened his mouth in embarrassment. Around them, Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jing Huan's faces were as though they were dripping blood. Their bodies were trembling as they stood there. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Wang Xian stared at them and said faintly, 3 seconds to consider? This isn't just threatening our sect. It's suppressing them. The words of the Sky Demon are a little. When everyone around heard Wang Xian's words, their expressions changed slightly. They felt that the words of the Sky Demon were a little too arrogant. After all, the sect had 2 people at level 9 of the see-through void tier. They were just fearful, not fearful. Now that the Sky Demon was so domineering and said that he would give them 3 seconds, his tone that was close to an order would cause the sect to retaliate. Hee hee. The Supreme Headmaster laughed when he heard Wang Xian's words. He squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Xian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a wave of his arm, gusts of wind elemental energy surged. The clouds in the sky dispersed crazily in the surroundings. The entire sky was as blue as the horizon. Gusts of heart-palpitating energy gathered rapidly in the surroundings. The array formation rose, and the world changed. The entire world seemed to have changed its master. Array formation. Supreme Sect Leader has activated the array formation. What is this? It seems like Heavenly Devil's words have forced Supreme Sect Leader into a corner. Everyone around was slightly startled as they hurriedly sized up their surroundings. If any rank 9 profound void martial expert can step on our faces, then our lone sect has no need to exist anymore. Patriarch Fengqi stood up from the Azure Dragon chair and moved to the Supreme Hierarch's side. Activate the array. Even a rank 9 profound void martial expert can be trapped. He swept his gaze around and said indifferently, this was the place where the sect had been established for tens of thousands of years. It was still possible for the array to trap a rank 9 profound void martial expert. Brother Nangong, 50% of the profits will help us kill 2 reckless people. The Supreme Sect Master suddenly looked in the direction of the Southern Royal Family. This is... When the surrounding forces saw the formation, the Supreme Sect Master said to Nangong Jianghe, and their expressions changed. Nangong Jianghe sat there, and his eyes flickered. Supreme Sect Master, I won't help you kill a rank 9 void interpretation expert. Nangong Jianghe lightly shook his head. 70% of the profits. Supreme Sect Master's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. 80%. If we fail, your sect must give us the equivalent of an item. Nangong Jianghe directly said. All right, no one can threaten our sect. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we must kill them. Before the Supreme Headmaster could reply, Patriarch Fengqi, who was beside him, replied. His gaze swept toward Emo Sha. He extended his arm, and a huge fan appeared in his hand. The green fan was filled with special patterns. I haven't participated in a battle of the same level for a long time. Nangong Zhenghe stood up slowly. He swept his gaze across Emo Sha and Wang Xian with a smile and continued, remember, never challenge the bottom line of a powerful force. Otherwise, as he spoke, he shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, brother. Nangong Zhenghe looked at Emo Sha. Wisps of flames started to rise from his body. Not good. This solitaire sect actually paid a price to invite the patriarch of the southern royal family to take action. This time, Sky Demon and the rest have gone overboard. Upon seeing Nangong Zhenghe agreeing to help Solitaire Sect, the expressions of all the powerhouses from the factions changed slightly. Are we going to watch a world-ending battle today? Everyone thought to themselves. Everyone from the He clan and He Sui clan initially thought that He Yuan and He Sui Qing would be able to tide over the crisis. However, when they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically again. 3 people at level 8 of the see-through void tier would be able to defeat one of them. Don't you Southern royal family know that it's best not to get involved in other people's affairs? Wang Xian turned his head to look at the Southern royal family expressionlessly and questioned coldly. Oh, so what if I'm involved? My Southern royal family's disciples went missing in the Iceheart Imperial City 7 days ago. You should be the ones who killed them, right? It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. In fact, I'm going to make a move too. Nangong Zhenghe looked at Wang Xian disdainfully and questioned faintly. How is it? Wang Xian looked at Nangong Zhenghe and slowly closed his eyes. Then I'll show you how it is. Emo Sha, block the other 2 guys for me. Wang Xian growled and opened his eyes instantly. At this moment, his eyes were filled with blood. Boom! Waves of blood energy erupted from his body. The 5 elements crown on his head enlarged instantly and attacked Nangong Zhenghe. 5 elements millstone, obliterate. Wang Xian roared and flew toward the members of the Southern royal family. His blood was burning rapidly in his body. It turned into dragon energy and unleashed a terrifying attack. Wang Xian's arm turned into a dragon claw. The 5 elements millstone on his head turned into a radius of 5 kilometers. A gray beam of light shot toward Nangong Zhenghe. What? The sudden change alarmed everyone in Yingtian Peak. Nangong Zhenghe's expression changed drastically when he sensed Wang Xian's attack. Break for me. He raised his head and opened his mouth. A pillar of fire shot toward the 5 elements millstone. Oh no, let's escape. What a terrifying aura. Let's dodge. Let's dodge quickly. The sudden outbreak of the battle caused the expressions of the few factions around the Southern royal family to change drastically. They fled to the left and right in terror. This aura. When the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi saw Wang Xian attacking the Southern royal family, their expressions changed drastically. This time, a hint of shock appeared in their eyes. 5 elements millstone, explode. Wang Xian, who was charging towards the Southern royal family, shouted again with a murderous aura. In the sky, another 5 elements millstone appeared. One was a Dharma idol, and the other was a weapon. A destructive energy attacked the experts and disciples behind the Southern royal family. Run. This energy is not something you can resist. Only my sect, attack. Southern Royal River revealed a panicked expression and shouted anxiously. Chapter 1604 1604 Battle of Madness 3 Attack. When the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi saw Nangong Zhenghe's plea for help, their expressions changed drastically. A huge green fan flew towards Wang Xian. Dense wind needles also flew towards Wang Xian. Are you looking down on me? Kiki. Emo Sha saw the 2 of them attacking and laughed out loud with a cold expression. He opened his arms. His body was covered in scales, and he looked like a devil. When he opened his arms, the dark power around him condensed into pitch-black dragon scales. The wind attribute and wind needles that were filled with destruction landed on the pitch-black dragon scales around Emo Sha. Kiki, awesome, powerful defense, this is awesome. The wind needles and wind rays that landed around Emo Sha immediately dissipated, causing an excited expression to appear on his face. Quick, quick, hide at the furthest place. Oh my god, the sky demon is actually on par with Nangong Jianghe. Hide at the furthest place. The sudden outbreak of the battle caused the other factions in the vast area to nearly wet their pants. Even the Wuji Empire's patriarch's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly led everyone from the Wuji Empire to fly towards the furthest edge of the array formation. They directly pulled apart a distance of 10 kilometers. The strongest expert of the other first-rate forces of the He clan also hurriedly led his clansmen to hide around Wuji Empire. Priest Wang's strength? Wu Qingcheng's face was filled with shock as he looked at the spot where the battle was taking place. He exclaimed in disbelief. 9th level of the Profound Void Tier. This is definitely the destructive power of a 9th level of the Profound Void Tier. The elder from the Wuji Empire roared in shock. The Sky Demon actually possessed the strength of a 9th level void interpretation. The people from all the surrounding factions were also filled with shock. No wonder they dared to not give any face to the only sect. Fuck. If Bingjian Heir had married Priest Wang back then, the Iceheart Empire would have been able to live in peace for at least 4,000 to 5,000 years. Now, they actually... A series of shocked voices came from the surroundings. Everyone looked towards the location of the battle in fear. At this moment, screams of pain were heard. In the southern royal family which was targeted by Wang Xian, death had already begun. Hiss. The people from the southern royal family are going to be destroyed. The Sky Demon is simply too unbridled. The southern royal family wants to help Lone Sect. He immediately killed everyone from the southern royal family. This time, even the southern royal family has been kicked to the metal plate. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard these screams. Sky Demon, you're courting death. Nangong Jianghe's furious roar sounded. His gaze swept across the southern royal family's location, and his eyes were blood red. He never expected that the Sky Demon actually possessed the strength of a 9th level void interpretation. If he knew, why would he make a move? But now, there was no room for regret. Trash of the southern royal family, your southern royal disciple was killed by me. Hee. More than 1,000 years ago, your southern royal family's Nangong Shang ambushed me and was killed by me. Nangong Shang, you damned fellow caused me to be silent for more than 1,000 years. At this moment, Emo Sha's maniacal laughter came from the front. What? My father was killed by you. When Nangong Jianghe heard Emo Sha's words, he glared at him furiously. Damn it, Nangong Shang, that despicable fellow, launched a sneak attack on me. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I would have died in the hands of your southern royal family. Emo Sha was also a little irritable and shouted directly. Haha, just in time. Let's have a battle today. Wang Xian laughed out loud with a ferocious expression. Roar. As he roared, his body transformed into a divine dragon that was 150 meters in size. The grayish mist emitted a bloody aura as it filled the surroundings. The 5 elements grinding mill above his head emitted a destructive aura. I would like to see if today's battle can destroy your solipsistic sect. Wang Xian was a little ferocious as he unleashed all the strength in his body without any restraint. Nearly 100,000 innocent people died because of him. He wanted to take revenge. Today, he had already consumed the violent blood pill. He was already prepared to lose his body here. With his body, he would destroy the entire sect. Yu, the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi stared at Wang Xian and Emo Sha as their expressions changed drastically. 2 experts at the 9th level of the see-through void tier were actually 2 experts at the 9th level of the see-through void tier. Even if they were to pull Nangong Jianghe along and fight 3 against 2, even if they were able to win, some of them might even die. As for the entire Lone Sect, their battle could only be carried out here since their array formation covered 108 mountains. However, Once the formation was withdrawn, the Sky Demon and Imo Sha could leave easily. Jin'er, don't be afraid. With me around, no one can hurt you. Wang Xian's gaze swept across everyone. His dragon body moved and flew directly towards Ling Jian'er. Gulp. Ao Tian's face was filled with fear when he saw Wang Xian flying over. Tian'er, let's go. The sect master's wife immediately grabbed Ao Tian's arm and flew towards the back. At this moment, no one dared to stop Wang Xian. Buzz. Wang Xian's dragon claw extended towards Ling Jian'er. The restraints on her body were instantly removed. Wang Xian. Ling Jian'er opened her mouth. Her red eyes were filled with joy as she looked at him and landed in the middle of his dragon claw. Jian'er, don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Imo Sha. Imo Sha, I'll leave Jian'er to you. As long as she loses a single hair, you won't be able to live anymore. Don't worry, Boss Missouri with me, Imo Sha around. No one will be able to harm Miss Ling Jian'er. Imo Sha patted his chest and promised. Turn off the formation. The Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi felt the aura from Wang Xian and Imo Sha and shouted in embarrassment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the formation shut down, only the mountain range could enter and exit freely again. The formation is activated. Let's retreat. Only the sect has given in. They don't dare to fight here. Originally, only the sect wanted to use the formation to trap them and kill them. However, the Sky Demon now has the strength of a level 9 see-through void martial artist. It has completely exceeded the ability of only the sect to fight back. I didn't expect that the Sky Demon would actually win this confrontation. Moreover, after today, a fifth super force will appear in the vast area. All the forces revealed shocked expressions when they saw the formation break. Using the strength of 2 people, they made the only sect lower its head. You think that I will leave after opening the formation? Haha. If I leave, then what about the nearly 100,000 people who died because of me? Today, unless I die here, your sect will not be at peace. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and sent Ling Jian'er to Imo Sha's side. His body was emitting a bloody and determined aura. He swept his gaze across everyone in the sect and roared with killing intent. His words caused everyone in the sect to have extremely gloomy expressions. It is easy to invite evil, but difficult to send evil. Chapter 1605 1605 Battle of Madness 4. Within the Solitaire Mountains, the closure of the Array Formation represented the submission of the Solitaire sect. 2 experts at the 9th rank of the Profound Void tier were facing 2 experts at the 9th rank of the Profound Void tier from the Solitaire sect, as well as Nangong Zhenghe from the Southern Royal Family. There were a total of 3 experts, 3 against 2. Even if they could win, the Solitaire sect and Nangong Zhenghe would have to pay an extremely heavy price. This price would at the very least destroy more than half of the sect, and at the very most, kill an expert at level 9 of the see-through void stage. The price was not something that the sect could bear. However, what shocked all the experts and disciples of the sect and all the forces in the vast region was that Wang Xian was still staring at all the people of the sect with bloodlust and killing intent. Is he crazy? Unless he is injured here, he will not be able to bring peace to the sect. What is the Sky Demon trying to do? My God, injured? What does the Sky Demon mean? Other than killing him, will he not leave? Isn't this too violent? For the sake of nearly 100,000 people who died because of him, is the Sky Demon going to fight the sect to the death? In the surroundings, everyone's forces retreated to a place more than 10 kilometers away. Looking at the Sky Demon who was still floating in the sky, each and every one of them revealed a horrified expression. The sect had already given in. What else did the Sky Demon want to do? Fight with his life? But was there a need for that? This was purely an act of suicide. Sky Demon, don't think that my sect is really afraid of you. The Supreme Headmaster roared at Wang Xian with an unsightly expression. His face was filled with fury. Streams of green wind whistled and condensed around him. It was like a sign formed by a hurricane. At the side, Patriarch Fengqi's expression kept changing as if he was making a huge decision. As for Nangong Jianghe, who was 1,000 meters away, his expression turned even darker. He never expected that the Sky Demon was also an expert at the 9th level of the see-through void tier. Furthermore, he killed all the experts and disciples of the Southern royal family in an extremely violent manner. He had killed them right in front of him. He clenched his teeth tightly as he looked at the crazy Sky Demon. He had never expected to provoke such a crazy person. Unfortunately, there was no room for regret. Also, there was that guy who killed his father. The killing intent on Nangong Jianghe's body became more and more serious. Haha, since you are not afraid, let's have a life and death battle. Haha. Today, I will make your lone sect fall into fear. Wang Xian stared at Patriarch Fengqi, the supreme sect leader, and laughed maniacally. He had already consumed the violent blood pill. Wang Xian was already prepared for his body to be damaged. Before he died, he would kill as many people as he could. After saying that, Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and the 5 elements millstone appeared above his head. The 5 elements millstone within a radius of 6 kilometers was emitting destructive energy. Destroy. Wang Xian did not waste any more time talking to them. He raised his head and looked at the great mill of 5 elements in the sky. Then, he shouted loudly. Buzz. Streams of terrifying energy headed straight for Yingtian Peak. Good. Do you really think that we don't dare to fight you to the death? Since we are going to kill you, let's do it. We will not rest until one of us dies. Patriarch Fengqi, who was standing at the side, saw Wang Xian's attack. His eyes revealed a crazed look as he roared furiously. We will not rest until one of us is dead. Kill. The Supreme Headmaster's face was filled with malevolence as well. His tyrannical aura was completely unleashed. As a faction that had stood firm for tens of thousands of years, as a peerless expert who had cultivated to the 9th level of the see-through void tier, they had experienced many life and death battles throughout their lives. They would be filled with fear towards the Sky Demon and Emo Sha. However, the Sky Demon's continuous provocations and attacks had completely infuriated the 2 strongest experts of the sect. Their bodies were also emitting the aura of a life and death battle. Dharma idol, hurricane sweeping the world. Patriarch Fengqi let out a furious roar. A hurricane that reached to the sky instantly formed in front of him and headed toward the destructive force of the 5 elements' great mill. Dharma idol, heavenly wind turbulence. The Supreme Headmaster revealed a ruthless expression as he attacked Wang Xian directly. Gusts of heavenly wind turbulence covered an area of 10 kilometers. In this space, gusts of terrifying wind attribute tore apart the surrounding air. Even the air was rustling. Miss Ling Jianer, be careful here. Boss Missouri, I'm coming. When Emo Sha saw that Wang Xian was prepared to fight to the death with the sect, he was a little shocked. However, Emo Sha, who had guessed it beforehand, was not too surprised. He moved his body and attacked the Supreme Sect leader directly. Nangong Jianghe, help us stop this old fellow. We will kill the Sky Demon and then kill him. Our Supreme Sect and the Southern Royal Family are completely united. When the Supreme Sect leader saw Emo Sha's attack, his expression changed slightly. He immediately shouted loudly. Good. Emo Sha, I will definitely kill you for killing my father. Sky Demon, you killed a disciple of my Southern Royal Family. My Southern Royal Family will not rest until you die. Nangong Jianghe's expression changed drastically. A terrifying killing intent slowly shot out of his eyes as he coldly roared. If Emo Sha wasn't the person who killed his father, he might not have attacked. But now, they were irreconcilable and would not rest until one of them was dead. Kill. Who was afraid of whom? Hiss, my God, they are really fighting. The battle between the 5 top-tier profound void tier 9 powerhouses has not happened for nearly 10,000 years, right? It has been over 10,000 years since such a terrifying battle broke out in the vast region. Why does this Sky Demon want to fight until one of them is dead? If they really fight, only my sect and the Southern Royal Family will win. In the distance, Everyone looked at the battle that had completely erupted, and their faces were filled with shock. They once again retreated more than 10 kilometers. Such a terrifying battle would affect an area of at least 50 kilometers. Emo Sha, today, I will personally take revenge for my father. Nangong Jianghe stared at Emo Sha, and he directly attacked with destructive flames. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Dragon head under the heavens. 10,000-mile dragon body. Wang Xian let out a furious roar and unleashed all of his Dharma forms. The dragon claw, dragon head, and dragon body enlarged and transformed into a divine dragon beast that was about 10 kilometers long. 10 kilometers was 10,000 meters. A body that was 10,000 meters long was comparable to the size of a mountain peak in the Solitaire Mountains. Boom! Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and attacked the supreme sect leader and elder Fengqi with an attack that contained endless power. With a body of 10,000 meters, it is comparable to the giant beast of the mistress of the barren sea. When they saw Wang Xian in his complete form, the supreme sect leader and elder Fengqi's expressions changed slightly. All the forces that were watching in the surroundings were also filled with astonishment. His physique was too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Patriarch Fengqi and the Supreme Headmaster dodged Wang Xian's dragon claw. That gigantic dragon claw landed on Yingtian Peak. The entire 10,000-meter tall peak collapsed immediately. Chapter 1606. 1606 Battle of Madness 5. Rumble. The 10,000-meter tall mountain collapsed. Looking from afar, it gave people a terrifying visual impact, especially the terrifying divine dragon in the sky that was 10,000 meters tall. The power of this body is too terrifying. Only the mountain peaks in my mountain range can leave a mark on it. Now, it has collapsed directly. A body of 10,000 meters. The heavenly demon can actually transform into a body of 10,000 meters. I wonder which is more powerful, him or the goddess of desolation. The physical strength of the heavenly demon is very terrifying. However, I still feel that the goddess of desolation is more powerful. The strength of the giant beast of the goddess of desolation is the true destruction of the world. Also, the terrifying means of the goddess of desolation should be stronger than the heavenly demon. The various forces in the distance looked at Wang Xian's figure with shock on their faces. This 10,000-meter-long body made everyone think of the goddess of desolation and the giant beast under her command. They were the same 10,000-meter-long giant beast. The two of them made a comparison. Most of the experts still felt that the goddess of desolation was stronger. The means of the goddess of desolation were much stronger than the sky demon. Apocalyptic gale. Apocalyptic gale. An angry voice came out from the mouth of the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi at the same time. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, terrifying wind blades descended from the sky and attacked Wang Xian's 10,000-meter-tall body. 5 elements millstone. Defend. The 5 elements millstone above his head spun rapidly. A cloud of earth-like fog formed in the sky and completely covered the wind blades in the sky. Kill. Wang Xian opened his gigantic mouth. A wave of destructive energy shot forward directly. At the same time, his gigantic body collided with the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi. The Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi were wind attribute cultivators. Their speed was already extremely terrifying. However, compared to Wang Xian, who moved 10,000 meters lightly, there was still a huge gap. Wind spear. The two of them had a slight change in expression. They hurriedly avoided the range of the destructive energy attack. A 5,000-meter-long sharp wind spear pierced straight at Wang Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive energy continued to attack forward. Behind them, the mountain peaks in the Solitaire Mountains collapsed. However, the two 5,000-meter-long wind spears pierced straight into Wang Xian's body, bringing with them a large amount of blood. The appearance of a 100-meter wound was not a serious injury to Wang Xian. Bzzz. However, What shocked the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi was that the open wound was melting rapidly. The flesh and blood were melting and entering Wang Xian's body, turning into the purest energy. He seems to have consumed a forbidden elixir that uses the consumption of his body to increase his strength. Kill him. We can kill him. Patriarch Fengqi was the first to react. His eyes were filled with radiance as he roared. Kill. A hint of coldness flashed across the Supreme Headmaster's face. He waved the staff in his hand and gusts of wind lances shot towards Wang Xian. Patriarch Fengqi held the huge fan with both hands and waved it forward. Roar! Roar! Faced with the attacks from the two of them, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with fury and viciousness. He completely ignored the attacks from the two of them. His huge body collided with them directly. This is bad. He wants to exchange injuries with us. The Supreme Headmaster's face changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian charging forward fearlessly. However, it was extremely difficult for them to dodge the attacks from his 10,000-meter-long body. The wind spear landed on Wang Xian's body, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Blood rained down onto the ground. Bang! The huge force collided with the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi. The two of them were like flies. Their faces turned extremely pale as they charged backward. Bang, bang, bang. After crashing through more than 10,000-meter-tall mountains, they finally stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this fellow is fighting with us. He is using up his life force. Let's hide. Patriarch Fengqi's eyes flashed with a green light as he reminded the Supreme Headmaster. Yes. The Supreme Headmaster nodded his head. His expression changed slightly as he looked at Wang Xian, who was charging towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them moved and dodged to the left and right respectively. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collision rang out again. The mountain peaks within the mountain range were smashed into pieces. Go to hell. More than a dozen mountain peaks were smashed into pieces. The Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi brandished their weapons. The huge spear landed on Wang Xian's body once again. It was 100 meters deep and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Roar, roar, dodge? Then I will attack the disciples of your sect. Wang Xian roared with a brutal look on his face. He swept his gaze across the area and attacked with the 5 elements grinding mill. He knew that he was definitely not a match for the Supreme Sect leader and Patriarch Fengqi. After consuming the explosive blood pill, he could only kill a few more people before he died. Damn it! All disciples of the Solitaire Sect, run. Run far away. Today, we will definitely kill the Sky Fiend. The Supreme Sect Master roared and warned all the disciples of the Solitaire Sect within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. However, when a river of obliteration appeared, it directly attacked the disciples of the Solitaire Sect who had no time to dodge. The energy of the obliteration line killed thousands of disciples of the Solitaire Sect. The rest of the disciples of the Solitaire Sect fled into the distance quickly. What's going on? The Sky Fiend seems to be risking his life. Patriarch Fengqi said that he took a forbidden pill and that he was consuming his life force. The Sky Fiend didn't seem to have such terrifying strength when he was in the Iceheart dynasty. He might have used another method to reach such a level in such a short time. Look, the flesh and blood inside the Sky Demon's injuries are burning. The Sky Demon is using his life force to increase his strength. Everyone in the surroundings was staring at this battle, especially Wang Xian and the Lone Faction. Looking at the condition inside the Sky Demon's body, everyone was extremely astonished. The Sky Demon's strength seemed to have been forcefully increased through a forbidden method. No wonder the Supreme Sect leader and Patriarch Fengqi of our sect are confident in killing the Sky Demon. So that's the reason. The elder from the Wuji Empire and the group of experts at level 8 of the See-Through Realm had already seen through the clues and whispered. However, I'm afraid that our sect will suffer a huge loss during this period. Some of the experts said the same thing. Interfere with him. We can't let him destroy our sect. The Supreme Headmaster shouted loudly. He flew to the back of Wang Xian and slashed at the terrifying wind blades. "If you want to tie me down, trap me." Wang Xian saw the Supreme Headmaster flying to the back and set his eyes on Patriarch Fengqi. The five elements grinding mill revolved rapidly and flew towards Patriarch Fengqi. The five elements revolved, and the strongest binding force landed directly on Patriarch Fengqi. Chapter 1607. 1607, 1607. Oh no! Patriarch Fengqi felt the energy that was confined around him, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. Annihilate! Wang Xian seized the opportunity and opened his mouth. A river of annihilation headed straight for Patriarch Fengqi. Universe Wind, Windshield, Windwall, Traceless Wind. Seeing the terrifying energy sweeping towards him, Patriarch Fengqi's expression changed drastically. Waves of powerful defenses appeared directly in front of him. Go to hell. The Supreme Headmaster's face changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian using all his strength to attack Elder Fengqi. He raised the wind attribute staff in his hand. A wind spear that was 20 meters thick appeared in the sky above him. Both of his hands attacked Wang Xian. The river of annihilation swept onto Elder Fengqi's body. The wind attribute defense collapsed rapidly. Elder Fengqi spat out blood and resisted desperately. The 20-meter thick spear landed on Wang Xian's body and penetrated 1,000 meters deep into his body. Fresh blood splattered in all directions as intense pain spread throughout his entire body. However, due to Wang Xian's terrifying body size, his injuries were not fatal. Wang Xian endured the intense pain in his body and charged straight at Patriarch Fengqi. Boom! The tremendous energy coupled with his terrifying body sent Patriarch Fengqi flying. One of his arms turned into a bloody mist after the collision. Hiss! As expected, the Sky Demon must have consumed a forbidden pill or used a forbidden spell. However, under the desperate situation of the Sky Demon, one of them might die. This is a life-or-death situation. It's really possible that one of them might be taken away. Everyone around was extremely shocked when they saw how Wang Xian was fighting for his life. The risk of a level 9 Seeping Void martial artist was extremely terrifying. If this goes on, I might die even if I can kill the Sky Demon. Patriarch Fengqi's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian's crazed look. The Supreme Headmaster's expression didn't look good either. He looked to the side and saw Nangong Jianghe and Imo Sha fighting each other. Although Nangong Jianghe was at a disadvantage, his life wasn't in danger. It was impossible for him to help them. If another expert of the Southern Royal Family at level 9 of the See-Through Void tier arrives, he can definitely kill the Sky Demon quickly. The Supreme Headmaster growled with an extremely embarrassed expression. On the other hand, Patriarch Fengqi was dodging Wang Xian's attack in fear. The mountains of the Lone Sect collapsed one by one with a deafening sound. Half of the 108 mountains had collapsed. It's time to go to the Solitaire Sect. Once I get those life stones from the Solitaire Sect, Little Blue's strength will be greatly improved. At this moment, in a barren sea covered by black clouds, a woman with a beautiful figure like a goddess stood on the sea surface, emitting a mysterious energy. Her beautiful eyes looked ahead as she murmured, "Xiaolon, it's time for us to leave," she said softly. A pleasant voice sounded in the dark sea. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As soon as her voice faded, an incomparably huge figure slowly appeared on the surface of the sea. The figure was over 10,000 meters long. However, its width was also a terrifying 2,000 meters. Compared to Wang Xian's dragon head and body, which was 500 to 600 meters wide, this huge beast, which was 2,000 meters wide, looked even more terrifying. A special energy was emitted from its body. It was a grayish body shape. From afar, it looked like a planet that contained a terrifying energy. It emerged from the bottom of the sea and slowly opened its huge mouth. A huge abyss mouth that looked like a black hole appeared. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Even an expert at the insightful void tier would be terrified when they saw this scene. The huge mouth slowly enveloped the woman. An incomparably huge black hole door suddenly appeared in front of her. At this moment, in the sky over 10,000 kilometers away, a huge abyss mouth with a circumference of 3,000 meters appeared out of thin air in the sky. An incomparably huge figure directly blocked half of the sky. The huge beast appeared. It opened its huge mouth. In the center of the huge mouth, there was an incomparably mysterious woman floating. In less than 10 seconds, another black hole appeared in front of the giant beast. The giant beast entered the black hole and slowly disappeared. Every 10 seconds, it would travel over 10,000 kilometers. How terrifying! How terrifying! Boom, boom, boom. At the position of the lone sect, the terrifying battle continued. The towering and magnificent main peak of the lone sect collapsed under the collision of Wang Xian. The entire solitaire sect was in a mess. It would take hundreds or even thousands of years for it to recover. Why isn't he dead yet? Why isn't he dead yet? His body size has clearly decreased to around 7,000 meters. The Supreme Chief and Patriarch Fengqi looked extremely embarrassed. The body size of the Sky Demon had decreased from over 10,000 meters to around 7,000 meters. However, his destructive power was still extremely terrifying. After 10 minutes of fighting, Patriarch Fengqi's body was covered in injuries. Not only did one of his arms disappear, even his chest had collapsed. If nothing goes wrong, the Sky Fiend will die, but Patriarch Fengqi will also be dragged down the abyss by the Sky Fiend. In the distance, all the factions in the vast region were watching this terrifying battle in utter shock. This battle was destined to shake the entire vast region. The Sky Devil would definitely die, but the ancestor of the Solecism sect would also die. Wang. At this moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A barbaric aura directly came from within. The sudden change in the sky and that terrifying aura caused everyone's bodies to tremble. Even Emo Sha and Nangong Jiangha were shocked. They stopped fighting and looked at the sky. The mistress of the savage sea is here. The Supreme Headmaster and Elder Fengqi, who were hiding, moved when they saw the familiar black hole in the sky. Their faces were filled with excitement as they stared at the black hole. Huh! A familiar aura came rushing over and caused Wang Xian to stop moving. He looked at the black hole that had suddenly appeared in the sky, and his eyes were sparkling. Woo! A joyful voice was heard from within the black hole. The voice instantly resonated throughout the entire world. An incomparably huge gray head slowly emerged from the black hole. The head opened its mouth that seemed to be able to swallow a mountain. In the center of the mouth, there was a woman floating. It's the Desolation Goddess and her huge beast. My God, the Desolation Goddess is here. She's actually here. In the beginning, the Supreme Headmaster once said that the Desolation Goddess would come, but I didn't expect that she would really come now. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. She came out of the void directly. Sounds of shock came from everyone's mouth. The entire world was focused on the mysterious and powerful Goddess of Desolation. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Goddess of Desolation, you are here. Help us kill this heavily injured Sky Demon. All the life stones of our sect will be given to you immediately. Furthermore, we promise that we will gather the strength of the entire sect to search for the life stones for the Goddess of Desolation in the future. The Supreme Hierarch's excited voice sounded. Patriarch Fengqi looked over and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. With the arrival of the Goddess of Desolation, they would be saved. With the giant beast of the Goddess of Desolation, she could completely deal with the heavily injured Sky Fiend. Chapter 1608. 1608 shocked the world. It's over. The relationship between the Goddess of Desolation and the lone sect. The Sky Demon is doomed. This time, not only the Sky Demon is doomed, even the old man Emo Sha is in trouble. The Goddess of Desolation is too powerful. Sigh, Brother Wang Xian. At the positions of the He clan and the Wuji Empire, when they saw the Goddess of Desolation suddenly appearing in the void and heard the voice of the Supreme Sect Master, Their faces revealed a helpless expression. The desolate goddess was an extremely mysterious woman who possessed an incomparably terrifying gigantic beast. After the desolate goddess appeared and destroyed a first-rate family, she was declared as the fourth largest superforce in the vast region. A human and a beast were considered superforces. One could imagine how much fear everyone had towards the desolate goddess. In fact, just now, everyone had compared the 10,000-meter body of the sky demon to the desolate goddess gigantic beast. In comparison, everyone still thought that the giant beast of the desolate goddess was more terrifying. Now, the sky demon's strength had greatly decreased, and with the arrival of the desolate goddess, it could easily punish the sky demon. This time, the sky demon's hope of sacrificing a level 9 profound void martial artist with his life is about to be lost. The elder of the Wuji Empire's level 8 profound void martial artist said with some disappointment. Wuqing City watched helplessly from the side. As for He Yuan, He Suiqing, and the rest, they let out an indignant and sorrowful sigh. Oh, oh! The terrifying giant beast completely emerged from the black hole. His gigantic gray eyes looked at Wang Xian in the sky. There was some excitement in his eyes as he let out a cheerful voice once again. The moment he came out, he sensed that extremely familiar aura. That aura that was like his father. The huge beast, Xiao Lan. The mysterious woman who was floating in the middle of Xiao Lan's huge mouth had naturally left the Dragon Palace. She was Lan Qingyue, who had left Wang Xian for more than 2 years. Lan Qingyue, who possessed the inheritance of the ancient god Kuan feeding master, had potential that was not inferior to the divine dragon inheritance. After the Dragon Palace moved to the extraordinary continent, she led Little Blue on the path of the strong. This journey lasted for more than 2 years. Her strength had already reached the 8th level of the profound void tier. As for Little Blue, she was even stronger than her. Because of a coincidence, she found that the only sect had obtained a large number of life stones, so she wanted to obtain them from there. Little Blue's strength increased rapidly, so she needed more and more energy. However, as long as she could obtain the life stones from only Me sect, she could greatly increase Little Blue's strength. She could even break through to the longevity realm, become a demigod, and become a space beast. As long as she obtained these life stones, Lan Qingyue decided to return to the Dragon Palace, her husband's side, and her sister's side. Back to her home. When she came out from the Kuan cave, a blood connection and a spiritual connection was immediately transmitted over. She ignored the figure of the Supreme Headmaster and the purpose of her visit. She quickly looked at that figure. Xiao Xian, husband. When Lan Qingyue saw the body of the divine dragon with attributes, 2 years of longing and 2 years of emotions made her burst out completely. Her body trembled slightly. However, when she sensed the condition of Wang Xian's body, her face instantly darkened. She felt heartache and a surge of anger. This was her husband. She had distanced herself from him in order to increase her strength so that she could fight alongside her husband and help him. Now that she saw that he was severely injured and could not even recover from it, the dignity and anger that she had accumulated over the past 2 years of training burst out completely. Female sovereign of the Wildlands Sea, help us kill the sky demon first, then kill this level 9 profound void martial artist. Our southern royal family promises to mobilize all our strength to help you find what you need. Nangong Jianghe, who was dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield, also hurriedly shouted. His face was also filled with excitement. The sky demon was heavily injured, and the wilderness goddess had descended. Once the wilderness goddess helped them, they would be able to easily destroy the sky demon. With the wilderness goddess' mysterious energy, she could definitely keep Imo Sha. Excitement, excitement, and fervor. Ha ha ha, wilderness goddess, our 2 superpowers have promised that as long as you help us, we will definitely repay you tenfold. When the Supreme Sect Master heard the promise from the Southern Royal Family, he also roared with excitement. Previously, he was able to use the Life Stone to invite the Barbarian Goddess. This time around, he was confident that he could get her to help them. That's great, the Barbarian Goddess is here. Kill the Sky Demon, kill the sky demon? At this moment, Aotion also roared in a low and savage voice. Because of the woman he liked, the only sect had fallen into this situation. After this matter was over, he would definitely be a sinner of the lone sect. However, as long as he killed the sky demon, he would be able to reduce his crimes. It's over. The two superpowers have made a huge promise to invite them, and with the relationship between the wilderness goddess and them, the sky demon and the elder might be left behind. The sky demon and the other peerless expert should have left long ago. Now, with the wilderness goddess' strange methods, it will be difficult for them to escape. When the surrounding forces saw this scene, they thought to themselves, Shaoxian. When Lan Qingyue heard the words of the Supreme Headmaster and Nangong Jianghe, her body trembled slightly and she clenched her fists tightly. She opened her mouth and called out gently to Wang Xian. Her voice instantly resounded throughout the entire world. Shaoxian? The gentle call stunned the excited Supreme Headmaster and everyone from the sect. Everyone around was also stunned. Husband. Wu. Another voice was heard along with the cheers of the terrifying giant beast. Xiaolan brought the wilderness goddess and flew slowly towards the sky demon. Xiaolan's huge figure moved and came directly in front of Wang Xian. She used her head to touch Wang Xian gently in an attempt to please him. Lan Qingyue gently caressed Wang Xian's huge dragon head. A mysterious energy entered Wang Xian's body and healed his injuries. However, at this moment, the entire world seemed to have turned silent. Everyone was looking at this scene in disbelief. Husband. These two words resonated deeply in everyone's mind like thunder. The sky demon, the saint of light, and the priest. Everyone knew that his real name was Wang Xian. Shaoxian was such an affectionate name. Husband. This was a form of address between husband and wife. The sky demon was the husband of the wilderness goddess, and the wife of the sky demon. What the fuck? Shocking. Cough cough, Qingyue, it's been more than 2 years. Did you miss me? Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue's sudden appearance. He was also a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. His figure moved and transformed into a human form. He gently touched her face and his face was full of smiles. Chapter 1609. 1609 World Shocking 2. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can the mistress of the savage sea be the wife of a sky fiend? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. The Supreme Hierarch, Patriarch Fengqi, and everyone from the entire lone sect stared at this scene in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. They had originally thought that the arrival of the wilderness goddess would help lone sect. But now, the wilderness goddess was the wife of a sky fiend. Looking at the way they were in love, what would the consequences be? Everyone could imagine it. Cough, cough. Oh my God. I thought the end of the sky fiend was coming. Now, everyone around was also watching in shock. They had thought that the arrival of the wilderness goddess was the end of the sky demon. However, they had never expected that the wilderness goddess was the woman of the sky demon. Just now, they had been discussing which of the wilderness goddess beasts was more powerful compared to the sky demon. It was widely believed that the beasts were more powerful. However, looking at the 10,000-meter-long beast, it kept rubbing against the sky demon's body as if it was trying to please it. This fuck, it felt as if the sky demon was the giant beast's father. Thinking about it, it made sense. The wilderness goddess was the giant beast's master, a mother-like existence, and the sky demon was its father-like existence. What was there to compare between a son and a father? Thinking of this, the corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch. I originally thought that Xiaolan would return home after increasing her strength. I didn't expect to meet Shaoxian here. Your injuries are very serious. Leave the rest to me. I left these 2 years because I didn't want to drag you down. I wanted to fight alongside you. Lan Qingyue leaned on Wang Xian's body gently and said excitedly. The peerless battle in the vast region has turned into a scene where couples meet and show off their love. Hee hee. At the side, Emo Shah was also looking at this scene with a stunned expression. On the contrary, he was in a very good mood as he exclaimed. He didn't expect Boss Missouri to be so awesome. Even the goddess of the wilderness was his wife. He couldn't help but admire her. When the surrounding sects and Nanhuang Jianghe heard the words of the goddess of the wilderness, they revealed an embarrassed expression. I know the situation inside my body. Today, I will definitely be injured. Bring Ling Jian back to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue. Lose my body? Lan Qingyue's expression changed drastically. A terrifying killing intent was slowly emitted from her body. Xiao Xian, I will help you kill them. Hee hee, killing one is enough. Wang Xian shook his head. With a wave of his arm, he pulled Ling Jian over from afar. Wang Xian. Looking at Wang Xian, Ling Jian's face was filled with worry. She wanted to reach out her hand, but after looking at Lan Qingyue, she still didn't have the courage. Qingyue, protect her well. Wang Xian spoke to Lan Qingyue as he slowly looked at the Supreme Headmaster and Patriarch Fengqi in the sky. Qingyue, help me stop the Supreme Headmaster. I will kill another person. Wang Xian spoke in a deep voice with a face full of killing intent. It's Xiao Xian. Don't worry. Lan Qingyue nodded with a gloomy face. She could already sense Wang Xian's determination. She could also sense that the blood essence in his body was disappearing rapidly. Even though she knew that Wang Xian could still be resurrected in the Dragon Palace, her heart was still filled with anger. The aura of a powerhouse was completely released. Woo! Sensing the murderous aura of Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue, a savage aura spread out from Xiao Lan's body. Haha, today, I, Wang Xian, will definitely lose my life in your sect. However, before I lose my life, I will also take one of you with me. I will also cause your sect to suffer heavy losses. I will make you pay a heavy price for what you have done. Wang Xian stared at the supreme sect leader and Elder Fengqi. A maniacal smile appeared on his face as the killing intent from his body surged rapidly. Today, we will collect some interest. Soon, I, Lan Qingyue, will exterminate your sect. Lan Qingyue stood beside Wang Xian and shouted with a similarly cold gaze. Lunatic. This lunatic. He is a complete lunatic. When the Supreme Headmaster, Elder Fengqi, and everyone from the sect heard what Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue said, their faces turned extremely ugly. This was especially so for Wang Xian's determination to die. Even if he was injured, he had to take one of them with him. If he wasn't a madman, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. The heavenly demon fruit has really used a taboo. Once it is used, one might die. That should be the case. The heavenly demons are really crazy. They are completely risking their lives. If the heavenly demons don't die today, they will be the strongest force in the vast region in the future. Voices of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Haha, kill. At this moment, a wild voice filled with killing intent could be heard. Roar. Wang Xian immediately transformed into a 150-meter-long 5 elements divine dragon and attacked Patriarch Fengqi directly. Kill. Lan Qingyue grabbed Ling Jian's hand and roared furiously as well. Woo woo woo. A terrifying roar came out of Xiao Lan's mouth. Sensing its master's fury, its huge body charged towards the Supreme Headmaster. Fengqi, be careful. The Supreme Headmaster looked at the Sky Demon and the Barbarian Goddess with an extremely embarrassed expression and roared loudly. The battle erupted once again. However, this time, it was a one-on-one battle. Great grinding of the 5 elements, annihilate. Wang Xian roared and locked onto Patriarch Fengqi completely. Now that Patriarch Fengqi was injured, his strength was less than half. Wang Xian was also injured. However, he was confident that he could kill Patriarch Fengqi before he was injured. Bastard, bastard. Patriarch Fengqi looked at Wang Xian, who was charging at him with a hint of fear in his eyes. This sky fiend wanted to perish together with him. However, he didn't want to die. Buzz. Streams of destructive energy swept past. Wang Xian's body charged towards Patriarch Fengqi. Save me. When Patriarch Fengqi saw how desperate the Sky Fiend was, he immediately fled into the distance and shouted at the Supreme Headmaster. Get lost. The Supreme Headmaster had no time to bother with Patriarch Fengqi. Looking at Xiao Lan, who was charging towards him, he waved his arm. Terrifying wind spears attacked Little Blue's body. The wind spears entered Little Blue's body, but they only broke through a dozen meters deep. Compared to its 10,000 meters long and 2,000 meters wide body, this injury was negligible. What a terrifying defense. Even when I was at my peak, it was difficult to kill it. The Supreme Headmaster's face darkened when he saw the wounds on Xiao Lan's body. If you want to escape, stay here. Bind him. Wang Xian's cold voice came from the side. The 5 elements millstone came to the sky above Patriarch Fengqi. The strongest binding force of the 5 elements trapped him. His body rushed over and grabbed at him with his sharp dragon claws. Chapter 1610. 1610 World-Shaking 3. I'm going to fight it out with you. When Patriarch Fengqi saw Wang Xian's devouring gaze, a look of despair appeared on his face. Green light seeped out from his entire body, and he raised the huge fan in his hand high up. Feathers gathered on the fan and flew towards Wang Xian heavily. The wind feathers that were like thorns instantly covered an area of 10 kilometers. Patriarch Fengqi unleashed his strongest attack without holding back. At this stage, he could only go all out. This is more interesting. The appearance of Lan Qingyue made Wang Xian completely relaxed. Next, he only had to go all out to kill Patriarch Fengqi. Then, he would succeed. Wang Xian's dragon claws contained a grayish energy. His body completely ignored Fengyu's attack. Countless feathers landed on Wang Xian's dragon body, causing his entire body to be drenched in blood. However, he did not resist at all. Instead, he placed all his strength on his dragon claws. You're a lunatic, you're a lunatic. The elder looked at Wang Xian's determination with extreme fear on his face. He could not understand why a young demon would want to go against his old bones. You still have 4,000 to 5,000 years of life left. Why would you want to go against someone like me who only has a few hundred years of life left? Go to hell. Wang Xian roared with a ferocious look on his face. He clawed at Patriarch Fengqi's body with his dragon claws. Go to hell too. Crippled wind slash. Patriarch Fengqi's face turned ferocious as well. He waved the huge fan in his hand like a ferocious ghost. A green broken sword that was at least 2,000 meters in size slashed towards Wang Xian's body. The two of them were completely carrying out their final attack. Explode. The dragon claw held onto Elder Fengqi's body. The destructive power of the 5 elements that was brewing within it caused Elder Fengqi's expression to change drastically. Ah! A tremendous pain came from his mouth. However, at the spot above Wang Xian, the huge wind slash caused his dragon body to be cut in half. Ha ha ha, Wang Xian, will return again. Next time, the entire vast area will be under my feet. Wang Xian could feel his vitality disappearing rapidly. When he saw that Patriarch Fengqi in front of him was completely dead, he laughed out loud. His body fell towards the spot below. Xiao Xian. Seeing that Wang Xian was injured, Lan Qingyue's eyes turned slightly red. Wang Xian. Ling Jian cried out in pain instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lan Qingyue waved her arm with an embarrassed expression. The 5 elements in the sky turned into a crown of 5 elements and flew into her hand. Wang Xian's dragon body was directly stored into the interspatial ring. Xiao Lan, destroy. Lan Qingyue roared furiously. Even though she knew that Wang Xian could be resurrected, she was still extremely furious when she saw her beloved being killed. Woo woo woo. Xiao Lan let out a roar. Her gigantic body was like a meteorite crashing into a planet, crashing downwards. Her body was emitting a grayish energy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions could be heard. The entire Lone Mountain range had 108 mountains, each of which was 10,000 meters in size. However, under Little Blue's impact, they were like small saplings as they quickly collapsed. Fengqi. Patriarch Fengqi. Patriarch. However, when the supreme sect leader of the lone sect, all the experts and disciples saw Patriarch Fengqi's death, they also roared in fear. Damn it, barbarian goddess, stop! The supreme sect leader looked extremely embarrassed when he saw Xiao Lan's terrifying destructive power. The entire supreme sect was the foundation and base of the supreme sect for tens of thousands of years. This was a terrifying paradise for wind attribute cultivators. Because of the existence of these green mountains, the supreme sect was able to produce an endless stream of experts. However, once the place where the sect was established was destroyed, their foundation would lose 70 to 80%. In particular, there was also the death of a 9th-level profound void-tier sect's guardian expert. However, facing the savage beast-like Little Blue, the supreme sect leader didn't dare to face her head-on. With this 10,000-meter-long body, firm defense, and terrifying strength, who at the same level could withstand it? The supreme headmaster could only continue to attack from the side. It's over, it's over. Our sect's losses this time are too great. Why would our sect provoke such a person? If young Master Aotion didn't fight with the Sky Demon for the woman, our sect wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Looking at the fall of Patriarch Fengqi and the destructive power of the savage beast, all the disciples and powerhouses of the sect were terrified. At this moment, they didn't have the slightest aura of being the supreme sect. After today, their supreme sect would become the weakest among the 3 super forces. Moreover, outside, they even had 2 mortal enemies of the 9th level of the profound void tier, Emo Sha and the Savage Goddess. Savage Goddess, if you dare to destroy again, then don't even think about leaving today. The supreme sect leader saw that 80 to 90 of the 108 mountains had collapsed. His face was blood red as he roared. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he looked wretched and ferocious. Supreme sect leader, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lan Xingyue stared at the supreme sect leader and shouted with a frosty expression. Madam Devil, quit while you're ahead. Let's go. At this moment, Emo Sha, who was fighting with Nangong Jianghe, suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He was shocked and quickly said, Huh. Lan Xingyue hesitated for a moment and stared at the supreme headmaster coldly. She slowly glanced at everyone around her. Listen up, my sect. We will return soon and completely destroy you, she said with a cold expression. Little Blue. With a light shout, Little Blue stopped and slowly opened her huge mouth. Madam Emo, wait for me. Emo Sha hurriedly came to Lan Xingyue's side. Lan Xingyue looked at Emo Sha and looked coldly at everyone in front of her. A black hole appeared in the sky out of thin air. Woo woo. Little Blue cried out as her huge mouth enveloped Lan Xingyue, Ling Jian and Emo Sha within. The 10,000-meter-long body slowly entered the black hole. It's too terrifying. The Sky Devil has fallen, Patriarch Fengqi of our sect has fallen, and the entire sect has been reduced to ruins. Heavens! The curtain has fallen. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? Heavens! 2 of the strongest experts in the vast region have fallen. Today's battle is destined to shake the entire vast region. Sky Devil and Emo Sha, Lone Sect, Southern Royal Family, the Wilderness Goddess. Looking at the black hole that was slowly disappearing, all the factions were extremely shocked. Chapter 1611. 1611 World-Shaking 4. The Fall of the Sky Demon. The Fall of Patriarch Fengqi. With the fall of 2 top-notch experts and the intervention of the Barbarian Goddess, more than half of the land where the sect was established was destroyed. Everything that happened today would definitely shake the entire vast region. Brother Wang Xian said that he will return. Is he still alive? At the He clan's position, He Yuan looked at the sky where the black hole had disappeared and mumbled. This is impossible. Wang Xian has indeed lost all his life force. Even a powerhouse in the realm of longevity would not be able to resurrect under such circumstances. The He clan's elder shook his head and sighed slightly. The lone sect thought that they were very powerful and killed nearly 100,000 people who were cured by Priest Wang. In the end, they didn't expect that Priest Wang would be so crazy. Fighting with their lives. This time, the cult of solipsism suffered a terrible loss. A young master of Aotion wanted to fight for a woman, causing the entire cult of solipsism to fall into a crisis. How ironic. The Southern royal family is really miserable. They also got involved in this mess. Unfortunately, they failed to get what they wanted. Hundreds of experts and core disciples of the Southern royal family were killed. The people of the Wuji Empire were chatting with smiles on their faces. They were very happy to see the strength of the Southern royal family and the solipsistic sect weakened. As they spoke, they swept their eyes across the entire solipsistic sect and left. Let's go. If the sky demon really falls, just as the wilderness goddess said, she will come back to take revenge. If she provokes an expert like the wilderness goddess who has a mysterious energy, the life of the solipsistic sect will not be easy in the future. Some factions hesitated for a moment. They looked at the ruined sect and left immediately. After today, our sect's strength would be greatly reduced. 2 powerful warriors from the Array sect had fallen, and they had also provoked the powerful goddess of desolation. There was a high chance that our sect would fall in the future. All the factions left, leaving behind a few 100,000 disciples from our sect. The supreme sect leader's face was gloomy as he floated in the sky, breathing heavily as he looked at the collapsed peaks. The main peak had also collapsed, leaving only 20 peaks standing in the distance. Bing Fa Wu and Bing Jinghuan stood there in a daze, their eyes a little dazed. Their Icy Heart Empire wanted to obtain more benefits by marrying Ling Jian'er to the lone sect. In the end, the Ice Heart Empire was destroyed. Originally, they still had hope of reviving their empire by relying on the Soul Heart sect. Now, even their backer, the Soul Heart sect that they had always wanted to curry favor with, had been completely wiped out by the Sky Demon. If it was back then, it was a pity that it wasn't back then. It's over. It's completely over. They knew that the Soul Heart sect no longer cared about them. The Ice Heart Empire was finished, and they were also completely finished. It's all young Master Aotion's fault. If it wasn't for him, this voice sounded again around the only sect. If it wasn't for young Master Aotion's lust for beauty and forcefully taking Priest Wang's lover away, things wouldn't have fallen to such a state. At the side, Aotion's body trembled when he heard this, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Because of a woman, it almost destroyed the only sect. Madam Devil, why do I feel my heart beating rapidly, as if it is trying to break free from my body? I, Emo Sha, don't want to die. Hurry and go to the God Country ruins. Boss Devil has arranged for his men to wait for me there. My heart is still there. At this moment, Emo Sha, who had followed Lan Qingyue, screamed in fear when he passed through the black hole and appeared 10,000 meters away. During the battle earlier, he had told Lan Qingyue to leave as soon as possible because of this reason. The heart of light and darkness seemed to be about to break free from his body and fly away. Fuck, if he flew away, wouldn't he die? This made Emo Sha almost cry. What arrangements does Little Xian have? Lan Qingyue asked Emo Sha expressionlessly. Boss Missouri originally ordered me to bring Miss Jian to the God Country ruins after his death, and then escort them to the Flowing Sea region. Once the mission is completed, Boss Missouri will return the heart and give me my freedom. Now, Madam Boss Missouri, what do you think? Emo Sha said to Lan Qingyue with a bitter face. Let's go. Lan Qingyue nodded and targeted the God Country ruins. Look, what's that in the sky? Did something happen inside the ruins of the Divine Kingdom? When the black hole appeared in the sky above the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, some people felt the impact of a barbaric aura and looked shocked. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, come here quickly. Little Blue's huge figure slowly appeared. Lan Qingyue floated in Little Blue's mouth and shouted at the people below. It's the Dragon Queen. In a manner in the divine kingdom, all the members of the Dragon Palace raised their heads and looked at Little Blue in the sky. Their eyes flashed with a bright light. Dragon Queen? It seems to be the wilderness goddess. Sect leader Ling also raised his head. When he saw the black hole in the sky and the terrifying giant beast, his face was filled with shock. Sect leader Ling, it's our Dragon Queen. We'll go over immediately. The civil officials of the Dragon Palace shouted at Sect leader Ling and immediately flew into the sky. I know. That's the wilderness goddess. That giant beast is the wilderness goddess giant beast. What a powerful giant beast. This is too powerful. What is that black hole? Shocked voices rang out in the surroundings. Everyone in the ruins of the divine kingdom looked towards the sky. Jian. Sect Master Ling flew into the sky and saw Ling Jian Er's figure. His face revealed an excited expression. Greetings, Dragon Empress. All the members of the Dragon Palace flew into the sky and immediately bowed towards Lan Qingyue. Return to the Dragon Palace, Lan Qingyue said, and a black hole appeared in front of her. Madam Devil, give me back my heart first. Emo Sha held his chest and said with a bitter face. Buzz. At this moment, Little Blue entered the black hole and disappeared, leaving everyone in the God Country ruins with shocked faces. She reappeared more than 10,000 kilometers away. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. My heart belongs to Madame Emo. It wants to run now. Quick, give me my heart. Madame Emo, please. Emo Sha shouted loudly. Lan Qingyue looked at the members of the Dragon Palace. Dig out our Dragon King's heart. This heart is for you. Ao Yao took out Emo Sha's heart and handed it to him. Okay. Emo Sha gritted his teeth and looked at his heart with a dark face. He closed his eyes and dug it out. Buzz. After the heart of light and darkness was dug out, it flew toward the Dragon Palace in the Luhai region. Lan Qingyue stared at the heart that flew away with a smile on her face. My task has been completed. Can I leave now? Seeing that his heart was back, Emo Sha heaved a sigh of relief and said, Yes. Ao Yao nodded and returned the heart to him according to the order of the Dragon King. Chapter 1612. 1612 entered the vast region. Kiki, I've finally recovered. I've finally been free. It's been more than 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. I came here from the Empire. I originally wanted to find a way to break through the longevity realm, but I've been trapped here for more than 1,000 years. Kiki, but my efforts have not let me down. Although I've been thinking about how to get the heart these past few days and haven't found a way, I've found a way to cultivate from within. Kiki, relying on that heart's understanding of darkness, I have at least increased by dozens of times. Long life can be extended. Long life can be extended. In the vast and boundless void, Emo Sha saw the huge beast leave. His face revealed an excited expression as he laughed wildly. More than 1,000 years of pain, in exchange for his strength rising to another level. It was completely worth it. Kiki, next. I will stand at the peak of the extraordinary continent. He flew into the distance with excitement. In the vast void of the vast continent, Little Blue led Lan Qingyue and the others as they quickly headed towards the flowing sea region. Every 10 seconds, they would travel tens of thousands of kilometers. A journey of hundreds of thousands of kilometers did not require too much time for them. In fact, if they kept using it, they would be able to arrive in a few minutes. However, Xiaolan's ability could not be used consecutively. It would take a few hours to recover after using it 10 times. At this moment, when Wang Xian was injured, the entire Dragon Palace could sense it completely. The expressions of all the members of the Dragon Palace changed drastically. Guan Shuqing, Xiao Yu, and the other girls gathered in the Dragon King Hall with anxious expressions. They looked at a fruit on the soul-returning wood with a worried expression. The fruit was in the shape of a dragon, and it was emitting a powerful energy. All the leaders of the Dragon Palace were gathered in front. Prime Minister Gue, what should we do now? Quickly resurrect Xiaoxian. The girls said to Prime Minister Gue with anxious expressions. Reporting to the Dragon Queen, according to my investigation, the Dragon King has reached the 4th level of the Profound Void Martial Stage and is comparable to an expert at the 8th level of the Profound Void Martial Stage. The energy required to resurrect the Dragon King is too huge. There is not enough energy in the Dragon Pool to support His Majesty the Dragon King's rebirth. Prime Minister Gue said with a slightly embarrassed expression. Then what should we do? Let's go look for Sister Fengwan. She should have a lot of resources in her hands. I have already informed Sister Fengwan. She is rushing over quickly. A few girls said anxiously. My sisters, what happened to Wang Xian? At this moment, Feng Luan, who was wearing a fiery red phoenix robe and a crown on her head, flew over quickly. She asked anxiously, Sister Fengwan, Xiaoxian has fallen outside. She needs a huge amount of resources to revive. Guan Shuqing and the other girls walked over immediately and said with slightly red eyes, Fallen? Feng Luan's expression changed slightly and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. How many resources do you need? I'll use the resources of the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire to revive Wang Xian as soon as possible. Feng Luan said immediately. Swoosh! Just as they were conversing, the heart of light and darkness suddenly flew into the Dragon Palace. The heart came to the top of the Dragon Pool at a terrifying speed and floated quietly on it. What's that? Everyone in the Dragon Palace was slightly shocked and quickly looked at the heart of light and darkness. There's the aura of a little immortal on it. The girls sensed and exclaimed. The heart, that should be the Dragon King's heart. We should gather resources now and prepare for the Dragon King's resurrection. Prime Minister Gue immediately said. Feng Luan didn't hesitate and immediately notified him. In an instant, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire started to operate. The current flowing sea region, which was more than 200,000 kilometers wide, was completely ruled by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. A single order from Feng Luan could decide the life and death of tens of billions of people. Buzz. Reporting to the Dragon Queen, reporting to Prime Minister Gue, a terrifying giant beast has suddenly appeared. There's a familiar aura on it. 2 hours later, the Yaksha's anxious voice sounded. Sisters. Lan Qingyue's voice sounded. It's the Dragon Queen. Put away your weapons. Greetings, Dragon Queen. The Yaksha's voice came from the sea. It's Qingyue. Qingyue's back. The girls in the Dragon Palace were surprised and immediately looked up. What a huge body. Is this Xiaolan? A huge figure appeared in the sky above the Dragon Palace. The girls looked at Xiaolan with shock on their faces. This aura? Feng Luan's pupils constricted slightly as she stared at Xiaolan with a serious face. 9th level of the Void Interpretation Realm? I didn't expect Xiaolan to reach the 9th level of the Void Interpretation Realm less than 3 years after Sister Qingyu left. She took a deep breath and looked shocked. Because of the Dragon Pond, Feng Luan had already reached 7th level Void Interpretation. After transforming into a phoenix, she could fight against 9th level Void Interpretation. But she had reincarnated and recultivated. Miss Jian and Sect Master Ling, Ao Yao and Ao Jian are also here. Prime Minister Gue looked over and showed a trace of surprise. Sisters, let's catch up later. Xiaoxian has already prepared the resources that he needs to be resurrected before he dies. I have also collected her body. Lan Qingyue entered the Dragon Palace and immediately walked towards the Dragon Pool. That's great. Let's go there immediately. The group of girls immediately walked towards the Dragon Pool. Ao Jian and Ao Yao flew over and placed all the resources in front of the Dragon Pool to be absorbed. At the same time, Prime Minister Gue plucked Wang Xian's soul-returning fruit and placed it into the Dragon Pool. Dragon blood, soul-returning fruit, heart of light and darkness, 5 elements crown. Finally, Wang Xian's dragon body was placed into the Dragon Pool. Buzz. In an instant, a strong energy gathered in the Dragon Pool. 5 elements power, light and darkness power. Phew, These resources should be enough for little immortal to recover completely. Lan Qingyue heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Other than the 5 elemental powers, why does Wang Xian have the powers of light and darkness? What exactly happened? With Wang Xian's current strength, he should be a top-notch expert even in the vast region. Feng Luan stood at the side and said with a frown, I don't know much. It was purely an accident that I met little Xian. Lan Qingyue shook her head and looked at Ao Jian. Dragon Queen. Ao Jian cupped his hands and told her everything he knew. The southern royal family of my sect? Anger appeared in the girls' eyes when they heard Ao Jian's words. It seems that it's time to march into the vast area. Feng Luan murmured with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. The Dragon Palace's development speed in the flowing sea area has slowed down. The vast area is a good choice. Prime Minister Gue narrowed his eyes and glanced at all the leaders of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Queens. With the Blue-Green Moon Dragon Queen and the Phoenix Emperor, their arrival in the vast area was intimidating. Chapter 1613. 1613 entered the vast area. Prime Minister Gue, how is the strength of the Dragon Palace now? If the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace join forces, can we establish a foothold? In front of the Dragon Pond, all the leaders of the Dragon Palace were standing around. Feng Luan glanced at all the disciples of the Dragon Palace and asked Prime Minister Gue. In the Dragon Palace, there are 3 people with rank 8 Void Interpretation, 7 with rank 7 Void Interpretation, 20 with rank 6 Void Interpretation, 30 with rank 5 Void Interpretation, 50 with rank 4 Void Interpretation, 2,000 with rank 3 Void Interpretation, and about 5,000 with rank 2 Void Interpretation. Prime Minister Gue said. The current Dragon Palace had more than 17,000 members. After ruling the Flowing Sea region, the demonic Lin clan joined and turned into the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed, adding many experts to the Dragon Palace. The 2 leaders of the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed, in particular, had a cultivation base of level 6 of the Profound Void tier. Now that they had broken through to level 7 of the Profound Void tier, they had the combat strength of level 8 of the Profound Void tier. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, including Lan Qingyue, they were definitely a super force in the vast area. Especially the number of experts at the Profound Void Martial stage in the Dragon Palace had reached more than 7,000. There were only 5,000 to 6,000 experts at the Profound Void Martial stage in the Lone Sect, the Wuji Empire, and the Southern Royal Family. There are 4,000 to 5,000 experts at the Profound Void Martial stage in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, but there aren't any at rank 8 of the Profound Void Martial stage yet. There are only 1 or 2 at rank 7 of the Profound Void Martial stage, including me. Feng Luan said to Prime Minister Gue. There were so many Profound Void Realm experts in the current Dragon and Phoenix Empire, and most of them came from the Demon Beast clan. The entire Flowing Sea region, including the Sea region, had an area of more than 300,000 kilometers. 4,000 to 5,000 Profound Void Realm experts weren't a lot. Moreover, only about half of these 4,000 to 5,000 Profound Void Realm experts belonged to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The rest belonged to the various great clans and sections. Because the period of rule was too short, there was no guarantee that they would have 100% loyalty. It's enough. Let's first form the Vanguard battle team. Prime Minister Gui nodded and said thoughtfully, according to the information in the vast area, the Dragon King once destroyed an empire in the vast area. At this time, that empire has not been occupied by anyone. We can temporarily occupy that empire and use it as a base to prepare for ruling the entire vast area. Feng Luan nodded when she heard Prime Minister Gui's words. If we want to occupy that place, we might need Sister Qingyue's help. Yes, only with the Dragon Queen's help can we smoothly occupy it and intimidate the other forces. Prime Minister Gue nodded and looked at Lan Qingyue. Okay. Lan Qingyue looked at them and nodded. Then she turned to the Dragon Pond. I wonder when little Xian will be able to resurrect. The resurrection of the Dragon King may take a few months. During this time, we should make some preparations. It's best if we march into the vast area after the Dragon King resurrects. Feng Luan also looked at the dragon pool. She sighed and said slowly, Prime Minister Gue also nodded his head. The Dragon King was the backbone of the entire Dragon Palace. Although Prime Minister Gue had great authority, there were still some matters that required the Dragon King's presence. Even now, Feng Luan had unknowingly treated Wang Xian as a pillar of support and backbone. All the leaders of the Dragon Palace were standing in front of the Dragon Pool, waiting for the resurrection of the Dragon King. Guan Shuqing and the rest had been chatting with Ling Jian Er. They talked about Ling Jian Er's past and how Wang Xian had set foot in the vast region in order to find her. Although Ling Jian Er had completely forgotten about everyone, she gradually understood that she had forgotten about her past because she had cultivated the heartless sword principle. She began to accept everything in her father. When Guan Shuqing and the rest saw Ling Jian Er's appearance, they heaved a sigh of relief. I've fallen. Am I being resurrected in the dragon pool now? Time passed slowly. A month later, Wang Xian's soul gradually fluctuated. He sensed the energy around him and heaved a sigh of relief. It took him a month to recover a little from his fall this time. The stronger he was, the longer it would take for him to resurrect. His soul sensed something, and he immediately began to condense his body. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. At this moment, he felt 3 items move in the dragon pool. One was the 5 elements crown, one was the light and dark dragon pearl, and the other was the heart of light and dark. Especially the heart of light and dark, it came directly to his heart. The light and dark on the heart of light and dark has reached a balance. This is a good opportunity to merge them. Wang Xian sensed the 2 dragon pearls, the heart of light and dark, and moved slightly. As the saying goes, if one does not break, one will not stand. If one breaks, one will stand. This death was actually an opportunity for him. Once the heart of light and dark is completely merged, I will be able to master the 5 elements and the power of light and dark. When that time comes, my strength will be able to rise another level. Wang Xian thought to himself. With 7 attributes in his body, with his cultivation of the 4th level of the see-through realm, he would be able to kill the 9th level of the see-through realm. Fighting someone who was 5 levels above him was definitely a terrifying existence. Even the 5 elements Dragon King and the light and darkness Dragon King of the Divine Dragon Clan back then did not have the strength of Wang Xian, who was able to fight someone who was 5 levels above him. Thinking about how his strength could increase again, Wang Xian immediately fused the heart of light and darkness. Time flew by quickly. A month passed once again. What's going on? 2 months have passed. Why hasn't Xiao Xian formed her dragon body yet? Around the dragon pool, Guan Shuqing, Lan Sunling, and the rest were looking at the dragon pool anxiously. They were frowning. Reporting to the Dragon King should be fusing with the heart of light and darkness. Therefore, it took a long time. Ao Yao had a better understanding of the heart of light and darkness, so he reported to them. Then, how long will it take to fuse? The group of girls frowned and asked. Please rest assured, Dragon Queen, the Dragon King will not be in danger. As for when he can be completely resurrected, Ao Yao doesn't know. Ao Yao shook his head. Prime Minister Gue, the resurrection of Little Immortal should take at least half a year or more. Let's go into the vast region first. Without Little Immortal, we can also make the southern royal family of Solitaire sect pay the price. Feng Luan frowned and said to Prime Minister Gue, Dragon Queens, what do you think? Prime Minister Gue looked at Lan Qingyue, Guan Shuqing, and the others and asked. Such a big matter still needed the Dragon Queen's approval. Okay, we can't rely on Little Immortal for everything. Now that Qingyue's strength has greatly increased, we are not weak either. During the time when Little Immortal is resurrected, we will take revenge for Little Immortal. The group of girls nodded their heads with frosty expressions without any hesitation. All right, then our Dragon Palace will send out a batch of forces and head to the vast area tomorrow. Prime Minister Gue immediately gave the order. While the Dragon Palace and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were preparing to march into the vast area, Wang Xian was resurrected in the Dragon Pool. However, great changes had also taken place on Earth. Chapter 1614. 1614 Earth underwent a huge change in 1614. Earth. Ever since the supernatural continent was connected to Earth and the spiritual energy entered the Earth, the entire Earth underwent a huge change. This change was known as the spiritual energy recovery. After the spiritual energy recovery, the entire Earth entered an era of cultivation. Powerful forces and martial arts schools rose one after another. The gods in the West and the immortals in the East ruled the entire Earth. However, while the spiritual energy was recovering, the master of the ocean, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, suppressed the world for an entire lifetime, annihilated the strongest person on Earth, and ascended to the highest position. During those years, the entire Earth revered the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King as the emperor. All the major forces submitted, and all the powerful people bent their knees. After the Dragon King's sister got married, the entire Dragon Palace and the Dragon King completely went into hiding. In the next few years, there were no more stories about the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. The abundance of spiritual energy caused great changes to occur on Earth every day. Martial arts improved by leaps and bounds, and everyone practiced martial arts. Even in the next few years, everyone on Earth was shocked to find that the Earth was slowly growing larger. Some people guessed that this was because the Earth had absorbed spiritual energy and was slowly growing and evolving. In the past month, the entire Earth had undergone the most shocking change in history. In the eastern sky, a sky city that was over 10,000 kilometers long appeared. It was called the Lingxiao Palace, also known as the Heavenly Court. It had the same name as the Lingxiao Palace and the Heavenly Court in Chinese mythology, but it was completely different. The sudden appearance of a sky city that was over 10,000 kilometers long shook the entire world. You are a heaven's favorite, so why don't you ride the wind to the 9 heavens? The Lingxiao Palace will descend to Earth, and the Heavenly Court will open wide to recruit disciples. Those who enter the Heavenly Court will be ranked on the God Ascension list, and everyone will be able to become a god. A voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Earth, and everyone revealed shocked expressions. Oh my God, what is this? Has the mythological era arrived? What a terrifying sky city! The Lingxiao Palace? The Heavenly Court? What is this situation? What force is this? Why does it give me a suffocating feeling? Hiss, the Lingxiao Palace? The Heavenly Court? Is it as powerful as the Dragon Palace? Is it as powerful as the Dragon King? The Dragon King can't even be compared to it, right? This aura is too terrifying. Oh my God! A city tens of thousands of kilometers in the sky? Is this the real God? Everyone on Earth and the entire eastern continent raised their heads in shock and looked up. What a terrifying aura! Even Master doesn't have such an aura. Earth has undergone a huge change. I wonder where Master is? The strongest person in the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, the #1 immortal sect on Earth, looked up at the Heavenly Court and muttered, "The Holy Church will envelop the world and divine light will descend. The light of the God of Light will envelop the world. The Holy Church will recruit disciples. Those who join our Holy Church will obtain eternal life." After the voice from the soaring Heaven's Palace sounded, a huge mountain of light appeared in the sky in the west. A voice filled with divine light resounded throughout the Western world. The voice spread throughout the earth, and the world was once again shocked. The Fire God Palace, the fire of the equator. All living beings, ignite the divine fire and attain the divine position. If you want to become a god, join our Fire God Palace. Above the equator, a group of palaces appeared under the brilliant sun. A palace emitting a divine flame descended. The voice also resounded throughout the entire earth. Ha! However, this was not the end. A wild voice resounded throughout the entire earth. The 5 lakes and 4 seas are all the land of the sea god. What Dragon King, what Dragon Palace? In front of me, they are nothing but ants. An arrogant voice echoed across the entire earth. At this moment, a burly man was floating in the sky above the ocean. Behind him, there was a huge ocean. Countless people stood proudly in the ocean and looked at their god with respect. Such trash dares to call himself the master of the ocean. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Haha, kill him. The burly middle-aged man held the trident in his hand and stared at the bottom of the ocean with his blue eyes. At the bottom of the ocean, a level 1 dragon palace that occupied a 10-kilometer radius was lying there quietly. In the Dragon Palace, the civil officials and some members who had entered the Dragon Palace looked at the sky in shock. The burly middle-aged man lightly moved the trident in his hand, and the trident that covered a 20-kilometer radius directly attacked the bottom of the ocean. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire earth seemed to tremble. Haha, what Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, casually wiped out? The burly middle-aged man laughed and looked down at the entire ocean. I am the sea god, a cultivator of the water element. I can pass the test and join my divine sea. One voice after another spread across the entire earth. When everyone on earth heard the sea god's words, their faces were filled with shock. What? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was destroyed by the sea god. That terrifying attack spread across tens of thousands of kilometers. Oh my god, the Dragon Palace seemed to be destroyed by the sea god's attack. This is the true god. The Dragon King is simply worlds apart from him. Why did so many terrifying forces descend on Earth? Could it be because of the recovery of spiritual energy? Next, Earth will enter the mythical generation? Everyone can become a god? I want to join the heavenly court and enter the god ascension list. Become a god and live forever. Haha, our opportunity has come. I want to join a powerful force and become an invincible god. Countless people on Earth were talking about it. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and strong desire. In just a short day, the entire Earth had undergone terrifying changes. The Dragon Palace had been destroyed, and the Dragon King was suspected to have been destroyed. One by one, forces capable of transcending the universe had descended upon Earth. Earth had begun to enter the mythical era, an era where everyone could become a god. Ding! Earth's first-class Dragon Palace has been destroyed. All the members of the Dragon Palace have died. In the Dragon Palace in the Luhai region, Wang Xian, who was completely fusing with the heart of light and darkness, suddenly heard a voice from the system. What's going on? How could the Dragon Palace on Earth be destroyed? Wang Xian was shocked. After the Dragon Palace was relocated to the Transcendence continent, the system left behind a level 1 Dragon Palace on Earth. Although the level 1 Dragon Palace was low, there were more than a dozen experts left in the Dragon Palace. These experts were almost invincible existences on Earth. How could the Dragon Palace be destroyed now? Did something happen on Earth? Forget it. I'll return to Earth to take a look after I settle the extraordinary continent. Wang Xian thought to himself. There were too few resources on Earth. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, returning to Earth would restrict their development. He would prepare to return to Earth after dominating the entire extraordinary continent. After all, Earth was Wang Xian's home. I wonder which reckless force dared to destroy the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled. Very soon, he continued to immerse himself in the heart of light and darkness. Chapter 1615. 1615. The War of 1615 was about to begin. Currently, Wang Xian was in the stage of resurrection. According to his estimation, it would take him at least 1 year to resurrect. During this 1 year, he couldn't do anything. Therefore, even if the Dragon Palace on Earth was destroyed, he couldn't do anything about it. Everyone, get ready to head to the vast region. Outside the Dragon Palace, there was once a demi-human cemetery. Now, it was the capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Feng Luan floated in the sky and looked down. 100,000 people lined up neatly. Among them, there were more than 1,000 experts at the profound void realm. Mount the giant Kuin. Woo-woo. A sky-shaking whistle sounded. At the seaside, Xiao Lan's enormous body slowly flew over. Hiss! Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City, including the soldiers and generals who were ready to follow the Empress to fight in the vast area, were shocked. Is this the power of the Dragon Palace? This giant beast is the pet of one of the Dragon King's wives. It's too terrifying. My legs are trembling. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City looked at the sky in shock. Over 4,000 members of the Dragon Palace were standing on top of the 10,000-meter-long body of Little Blue. Leading them were Lan Qingyue, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls. Apart from them, Prime Minister Gue had also made an appearance. Behind them was Ao Qitian, who was holding the golden ocean pacifying needle in his hand and had a furious expression on his face. Ao Jian, who held a golden long sword in his hand and had an emotionless gaze. Mao Zixin, who held a longbow in his hand and had long and elegant arms. Duan Jinming, the current leader of the Firehammer clan, and Ba Qi from the Special Department of the Poison-Making Department. Every leader and every member of the combat department rode a flaming phoenix dragon with wings. It was majestic and powerful. It was an invincible army. This time, the Dragon Palace sent 3/5 of their forces to the vast area. Go, fly up. All the soldiers and generals of the Dragon Phoenix Empire looked up at Little Blue and flew over immediately. Seeing the powerful aura of the members of the Dragon Palace from Little Blue, all of them looked reverent. The Dragon Palace is much more powerful than the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The Dragon Palace is the main force in the vast area this time. I thought that the gap between us and the Dragon Palace wasn't too big. Now it seems that the gap is too big. Fortunately, the Dragon King has a good relationship with our Phoenix Emperor. The important ministers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire glanced at the members of the Dragon Palace and said in a low voice, "Qingyue, let's go." Feng Luan nodded at Lan Qingyue and said, "Okay." Lan Qingyue nodded and said to Little Blue, "Woo." With a whistle, Little Blue carried hundreds of thousands of people and flew toward the vast area. With a body of 10,000 meters, hundreds of thousands of people didn't feel crowded at all. Because it carried hundreds of thousands of people, Little Blue couldn't use the black hole method to move quickly. But even so, with Little Blue's speed, it was still very terrifying. We want the flag of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to be planted at the top of the vast area. At the front of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, General Meng Hong waved the huge flag of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the sky. He roared with excitement. Planted at the top of the vast region, the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire roared with battle intent. Feng Luan smiled when she heard their roars. It had been more than 5 years since she was resurrected here. After she met Wang Xian 3 years ago, the empire that belonged to her had been developing rapidly. In the past, he had wanted to complete his revenge within a few thousand years. Now, it seemed that it wouldn't take long. On this journey, once she conquered the vast region, she would be able to establish the 6th great empire in the vast continent. The Dragon Phoenix Empire. Although I have your help, I, Feng Luan, will not drag you back. Feng Luan looked ahead with a strong sense of confidence in her eyes. Woo-woo. Xiao Lan, with a body of 10,000 meters, roamed the sky. Within a 100-kilometer radius, all the demon beasts and fierce beasts retreated. In the entire transcendent continent, demon beasts and fierce beasts above the longevity realm were extremely rare. In the entire empire, experts at the longevity realm were also considered as country-guarding experts. In the previous Phoenix dynasty, there were only 5 experts at the longevity realm. Perhaps the dragon race had the highest number of experts at the longevity realm. As for how many longevity experts the dragon race had, that was unknown. That was because no one in the transcendental continent knew how strong the dragon race was. When it came to the dragon race, there were only 2 words, invincible. To the entire dragon race, the Draconid Empire could only be considered a little brother. One could imagine how powerful the dragon race was. This is all the information in the vast region. Our Dragon King has a good relationship with the He race. Once we gain a foothold, we can build a good relationship with the He race. Our relationship with the Wuji Empire is also quite good. However, if the Dragon Phoenix Empire wants to unify in the future, the Wuji Empire will have to submit to us. They might be our enemies. In addition, the ruins of the Divine Kingdom are a treasure ground in the vast region. It is rumored that if someone can control the ruins of the divine kingdom, they can unify the vast region and build an empire. But in the ruins of the divine kingdom, there were countless experts from the empire and even longevity experts who came without success. On Xiaolan's body, Prime Minister Gue and Feng Wan exchanged the information they had obtained and said, "Right now, our first priority is to control the Ice Heart Empire's imperial city and subdue all the cities in the Ice Heart Imperial City." Feng Wan nodded and said, "Yes, the development of our Dragon Palace requires a large amount of resources, so I will send people into the forest of the Divine Kingdom." Prime Minister Gue and Feng Wan began to discuss the development of the Divine Kingdom. Xiao Lan flew quickly. Originally, it would take a few days for Wang Xian to cross the north-flowing sea. Now, with Xiao Lan's speed, they arrived at the edge of the vast region in less than a day. My God, what is that gigantic beast? It even covered the sky. This is the gigantic beast of the wilderness goddess. It's the gigantic beast of the wilderness goddess, the wife of the sky demon. Look, there seem to be many people on that gigantic beast. There's even a gigantic flag. What's going on? The wilderness goddess brought people to the vast area. Could it be that she's here to take revenge on the lone sect? When Xiao Lan entered the vast area, many people in the city below recognized the terrifying giant beast at a glance. When they saw the people standing on top of the giant beast, shock and horror appeared on their faces. The world-shaking battle 2 months ago had already spread throughout the vast area. The edge of the vast area was the last to know. When they heard the news here, they were all extremely shocked. That was because, according to their understanding, the Sky Demon was the expert who destroyed Atlas Sect and founded the Heartless Sword Path Sect. Recently, everyone was talking about the Sky Demon. During that world-shaking battle, the appearance of the Wilderness Goddess determined the defeat of Solipsistic Sect and the Southern Royal Family. Now, the Wilderness Goddess had appeared once again. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.